Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Happy Monday evening. I hope this day, cold water, boy. I hope this day is finding everyone safe, happy, in a good, positive frame of mind. There's some things that, maybe just one in particular thing that I would like to discuss. It is about the young lady who was reported kidnapping, who was reported kidnapped, but showed up at her home. Hey, my little boss lady, listening while you work out. Get that workout in, sugar baby. Go on. I ain't mad at you, baby. Do your thing, sis. I have not really mixed emotions. I'm going to tell you all my hopes and my prayer. I really, unless they can find something, something ain't right. Something ain't right. Now, I'm going to give you all a little bit of what I do know. When you are on an interstate, a highway, that is not your local municipality. That becomes a concern of the state police. State police are usually, most likely, where your crime scene, like evidence and stuff like that, it gets processed through the state level. At least it does here in Illinois. This young lady who said she was kidnapped, Levon, my love, my little brother, brother, it's not jiving with me. Now, I told like two people, I called them, and I said something ain't sitting right, and it's not sitting right in my soul. And then there are certain things that are coming out. I'm gonna wait and listen to see how this story plays out. No young woman, no man, no child should ever be abducted. But as a woman of color, having children of color, having two daughters of color, if this was all a hoax, I'm going to be pissed. The reason I'm going to be pissed is because there are a lot of young women and children of color. And they can't find them. The one thing that I do know about law enforcement is they hate for you to waste their motherfucking time. And as a citizen, as a woman, as a mother, your heart goes out to those who are missing. But also, as a person of color, you see how we don't get looked for. Maybe like other people. Hello, country girl queen. How are you? Good evening. Happy Monday, sweetie. If I find out there's some bullshit, I'm gonna spaz. But something's telling me something ain't right. Police do not like for you to waste their resources. their man hours because maybe you weren't where you were supposed to be. Every day I see something new on my social media where a young black woman has gone missing. And a lot of times these women are found and they aren't found alive. And that is unfortunate. It's extremely unfortunate that this happens. Like I said, something isn't sitting right in my soul. I smell bullshit. See, when you are, when the FBI steps in, because everyone thinks that the FBI just steps in, when you are on a state road that's federally funded, not by your city, but by the state, that is federal. And that is when the something most definitely is sour in the milk. Yes, yes, Sister Cleaner, yes, it is. When it's something on a road has to do with abduction, the FBI comes in. State police, FBI, their interrogation methods are completely different than, let's say, your local municipality. Hello, card. How are you, sis? Good evening. Good evening. Happy Monday. Beautiful. Um, you want to believe because you want to be able to say and think, nah, motherfucker ain't gonna do no shit like that. We will wait to see how this plays out. But if it does not play out and something nefarious was afoot, shame, shame, shame on her. And shame on anybody who knew working like a slave. Don't work too hard, baby. Don't work too hard. But I know you like that money, you know. I'm happy to see you, Card. Thank you for being here. If I'm so irritated by this whole thing because I literally, yes, please hit the like button. Like Miss Card said, please hit the like button. Um, it takes away from people, it takes away from law enforcement looking for other people of color because it could potentially have been a boy or a girl who cried wolf. Like, seriously, I'm just like, this motherfucker better not be lying. That's literally what I said. I was just like, please, God. But some was telling me this just isn't right. Like, the math wasn't mathing, and the facts, this damn cat, hold on. Here I come. If you're gonna come in here, just get up in the bed and lay down. I'm back. You know, I heard you had to sneak in. Come on. My thing that I heard was she apparently escaped from a Red Roof Inn. Now I heard that scenario. Hello, my Miss Bug, my love bug. Okay, I love you. Sit down because we're trying to have a serious conversation. And I don't need you just walking around. Just sit down. Sit down. Be comfortable. Okay. Okay, what? Okay. I love you, but I can't just be petting you like this. All right? What? Okay, I'll pet you again. I'm gonna make you go sit at the foot of the bed. You gotta stop touching me. Stop touching my face. Jesus Christ. What? Why do you do this? You act like we don't give you enough love. Don't do that. You all purring and shit. You know I love you, don't you? You're my favorite cat. Huh? You're my favorite kitty, kitty, kitty. Okay, I'm sorry, you all. I had a cat lady moment. You all know I be having those things. Okay, watch this. Oh my God. So, my thing is no, stop nudging me. Stop nudging. What? What? Just sit still. I'm fucking doing a live. Why are you acting like this? Got these people thinking I don't pet you all fucking time. Don't you want some cat treats or something? Why are you doing this? So anyway, back to what I was saying before. Hi, Tawana. What's up, baby? My thing is, so I heard don't touch my face. I keep telling you, you touching my face is why I probably have this spot. Stop it. Just be a good cat. Oh my God. I'm gonna put you out. I'm going to put you out. The kittens are doing fine. I will show you all the kittens in a little bit. But supposedly she was at a Red Roof Inn and she left the Red Roof Inn either by escaping or was let go. Now, I was talking to a friend yesterday and I was saying, like, if you're in a hotel, if you're being held captive and you are able to escape, what would you do? Okay. What would you sit down? I can move. This is my bed. Look, you're going to have to get your ass moved. No, don't tell me no. Go over here and sit down. Sit. I'm sorry. Um, you escaped from a hotel. What would you do? Now I'm gonna just drop my link. If any of my beautiful loungers, okay. How do I do this again? Okay. Paste. Lavon, if you would like to sound off, you're more than welcome. Um, no, okay, my shit is swirling. Having trouble, please check my internet connection. Okay, let me check my internet connection because apparently my internet connection is paste. Okay, anybody who I know who would like to come up, this is me personally. If I escaped, I would go to the front desk of the hotel. I would inform them, hi, I'm the young lady who's been missing. Can you please hide me in the office and call the police? That's it. That's what I would have done. But I can't base um, what I would have done with someone else. I was always told if you're being hurt or something, instead of screaming help, scream fire. Because I haven't heard about this story, to be honest. You're just catching me up now. Um, okay, and I'll do a rewind. I was always told scream fire, don't scream help, because a lot of times they say people do not respond to people screaming help, but people will respond to you screaming fire, fire, fire. That will bring people out. I'm praying that this young lady is not lying. Okay. So, Levon, last week, a young lady out of Alabama, yep, yes, always scream fire. Thank you, Tawana. Last week, a young lady out of Alabama went missing. Allegedly, she was on the phone with her brother's girlfriend, and she said she seen a baby on the side of a road. Mind you, this kind of looks like a 4-lane, maybe 3-lane highway. So apparently she got out of the vehicle and I guess went to investigate and see if this child was okay. The brother's girlfriend heard some screams, and then allegedly the only sound that was heard thereafter was the sound of the cars on the interstate. Her brother did a plea on social media. Other people were speaking out about it. People were putting it, just in support on social media and asking for it to be shared. Let's fast forward to last night, Sunday evening. She showed up at home. They said that she was in shock, and apparently they called for medical attention, and she was taken to um, a hospital somewhere in Alabama. This story will unfold and the truth will ultimately come out. You never want to say you hope someone was abducted because you don't want anyone to be abducted. But also, you don't want anyone telling a tall tale of being abducted when you weren't. Yeah, I've just been, kind of looking at it, but I'm looking at it from maybe just the Roxanne point of view. And the Roxanne point of view is if you were being held in a hotel, because that's what I heard. I don't know if she escaped. I don't know if she was let go. But my thing is, uh, why would you walk home? Now, there have been stories that someone dropped her off at home. Did she hitchhike? There are so many unanswered questions about this. I just hope that no, she hasn't made a statement yet. She's in the hospital. Today is Monday, so she went to the hospital yesterday. Um, hey, my gossiping heifers. What's up, my sisters? My thing is, if this woman is not telling the truth, and you want to give people the benefit of the doubt, but if she is not telling the truth, it makes it hard. It makes it hard that when a young black woman is missing, will they put the time and the vigor into looking for her based off of someone else's lie? Yes, that case is suspect. Um, it sounds fishy. She was, or she may have not wanted to say anything. Look at the video. I didn't see anyone snatch her though. And you're absolutely right. Tawana just said, now somebody put in a chat and someone must have screenshotted it or something. I was trying to find it earlier today and I couldn't find it. But supposedly she was laid up in a hotel with her baby's daddy for the past 2 days. Her 17-year-old baby's daddy. That's what they said. If I find it and I could screenshot it, I'll put it on my community page. I most definitely will. But my whole thing is, don't have people scared. Like, just as a mother, I have grown kids. But damn it, I be scared every time they leave the house. Hello, Kiki. I be scared every time my kids leave the house. If anything happened with one of my daughters, I would want people to take it seriously. You said, hold up, baby daddy. Yes, supposedly she has supposedly, allegedly, you all could check into it. Supposedly she has a baby's daddy that's 17 years old. I don't know, y'all. What she do with her lady box ain't my business. But what I don't like is when people pull on the heartstrings of other people. That shit could have went a different way. She could have did anything different. But we have to wait and see how it plays out. Like, seriously. The shit is hinky as hell. You heard about that too? Okay. So she is a mother. Yes, supposedly she has a baby by this guy. I seen a screenshot earlier today. I read it. I should have saved it to be able to share it with you guys, but I didn't. I went back to try to find it. I couldn't. But somebody, yeah, right. The boyfriend, just the boyfriend, but the baby daddy, the baby daddy. Okay. So somebody who knows her was just like, she's not telling the truth. She been laid up with her baby daddy. That's what was said. Maybe she didn't want the boyfriend to find out. Maybe her and the boyfriend is engaged. You know, it's just so many stories going around. Yeah, you're right, Queena. It is. That's how they do in Alabama. I'm not surprised by the baby daddy accusation. Yeah, it's strange. Um, but my whole thing is, don't use resources and have people out here scared about where you are and you laid up with a hard one in your ass. Okay? You could have just been like, I'm not coming home. Where you at? I'm where the fuck I am, and I'll be home when I get home. How about that? Okay, and I'm safe. That's all you need to know. Instead of having her mama was probably worried, her family, well, not probably, her mother was worried, her family was worried, you know, and if this comes out to be, you know, that there was something nefarious, she will be prosecuted. The thing about it is, if you're, you know, filing a false police report is against the law. But when you file a false police report and it makes it to TV, it makes it to the news, it makes it to social media. You have state troopers looking for you. You have the FBI looking for you. They have brought helicopters out to survey the land. That costs money. Motherfuckers better ask Jussie Smollett, okay? When that whole thing kicked off with Jesse Smollett, I'm gonna tell you what I was doing. I'm gonna give y'all a reenactment because the bitch like reenacting things. I was laying here in my bed like this, and it was cold in Chicago. I was laying in my bed like this, and I woke up early as hell because I'm like, it's cold. I'm gonna make me a pot of coffee. I woke up at like 5 some in the morning. It's true. I woke up at like 5 some in the morning. I went back in the kitchen. I hit the percolate thing on my coffee maker. I warmed me up some coffee, and I actually took my coffee and put on one of my nice little warm Versace robes, and I went up front of the lady lounge and I got my hot coffee and a cigarette. So I took it up front and I had my cellular device. And I'm going through my cell phone, and I'm getting, posts. And it's like Empire actor Jesse Smollett assaulted in a hate crime. And I'm like, let me smoke this cigarette because I ain't got no TV in the lady lounge. Let me smoke this cigarette so I can go back in my bedroom and cut on my television and see what is going on. So, right about the 6 o'clock hour, I came and got back in my bed with my hot coffee, no cigarette. I cut my TV on, had my kitchen nice and warm and toasty so my kids would be warm. I took some bacon out to make the kids some breakfast because it was freezing. It was freezing. It was so cold that the lady lounge window had ice on the inside of the house. Okay, that's how cold it was. So I was like, I caught the 6 o'clock news, 6 a.m. Yep, caught the 6 a.m. news. And I'm laying here sipping on my coffee. And that was the top story. First, it was the weather. And basically, the weather lady came up on the TV screen and it's cold. Okay, it's fucking cold. Stay in the house. You'll freeze to death. And they moved on to the next story, which was Jesse Smollett. So the reporters giving the story, and I'm like, he live in Streeterville. Streeterville. Studio apartment can go for, depending on what floor you're on, because there's a lot of high rises down there. Studio apartment can go for $3,700 a month. A studio. Now they one bedroom, a studio. Okay. I'm like, and I'm listening. And they said he had to walk, he needed to walk to Subway to get him a sandwich at 3 a.m. I'm like, you in Streeterville. You could have, they still got DoorDash and Grubhub at that time of morning. Hey, Rocky. Dun 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 dun. There's my Rocky. And I was just like, hate crime. They poured bleach on them. They had on Trump hats. I was like, that's some bullshit. I said it. Oh, I said that shit so quick. I sipped my coffee. I was like, and I said it out loud. I didn't think it in my head. I was like, that's some bullshit. So I picked up my handy dandy house phone and I called my kid's godmother. Her name Crystal. Now watch this shit. Hold on. What do you want, Kat? What do you want? What do you want? Okay, she'll call me back. But she my go-to early morning person because I knew that she woke up that time because her body was just accustomed to waking up that early in the morning. So I knew, I'm like, let me call my girl. Okay. Phone rang. I called her. She answered. She goes, "What's up, chick?" Because she called me chick. I'm like, bitch, you heard about that Jesse Smollett shit? She said, child. I said, girl, he lying. She's like, why you say that, Roxy? I said, it's so cold that the Chicago police were picking homeless people up and making them go inside. Okay? That's how cold it was. They were forcing them to go inside. And all of a sudden, you got a hankering for a fucking um Subway sandwich. It's freezing. That day, the day before it got super duper cold, the weather people had let us know it's gonna be cold, right? So people were going to the grocery store getting the provisions, bread, lunch meat, eggs, water, juice, milk, the shit that you put in the refrigerator. Motherfuckers knew for days that polar vortex blast was gonna be coming. Motherfuckers in the store, people was buying all the salt, people buying all sorts of generators and all sorts of shit. I went shopping. I made sure I had pet food and human food in the house. You knew this was some bullshit. Thank you. Thank you, Rocky. You know, everybody was getting they shit together because they knew that it was going to be freezing. And they were telling people, if you don't have to go outside, don't go outside. Let me tell you how cold it was. It was so cold. How cold was it? My gas line froze and we had filled up our gas tanks. Okay. We filled up the gas tanks. We didn't know that we knew it was cold. Yeah, he did. And I would like to discuss that too, Levon. Um, we thought it when the next day, after the Arctic blast had passed, but it was still cold as fuck. We went outside just to start the car. I thought my battery died on my car. We literally went and bought a new battery, put the battery in. It didn't start. Come to find out, the gas lines had froze. So we had to wait like 2 or 3 days for it to get a little bit warm so the gas lines could unfreeze. And I took that motherfucking battery back. I'm like, my fault. It was my gas line. They refunded me. It was all good. Okay. So I told her, I said, Crystal, he lied. He lied. He lied. He lied. And the Chicago police put in, I want to say 72 hours of manpower, people doing overtime to get down to the bottom of it. Now, the thing maybe Mr. Smollett did not understand, Big Brother is always watching. Yeah, it's true. And he didn't bank on the detectives of the Chicago Police Department tracing his steps through cameras, store cameras, pod cameras, traffic cameras, and trace those two dudes who jumped on him all the way back to their motherfucking crib. License plate readers. And they questioned him, and that's how they found out it was all a lie. Now, He pulled on the heartstrings of people in Chicago. He pulled on the heartstrings of the people in the LGBTQ plus community. He had people, you know, not that I'm a Trump supporter, okay? Because I'm clearly not. But something about that just wasn't sitting right with the rocks, okay? First of all, people ain't even bold enough in Chicago. If you are a Trump supporter, people weren't even bold enough to wear a Trump hat within the city. You would get beat the fuck up. But now, on the coldest day in over 100 years, you just happen to want a Subway sandwich, and two Trump supporters on the coldest day in over 100 years just happen to be out looking for somebody's ass to kick. And they just happen to pick you. And he said they called him the F word and beat him up and put a noose around his neck. People ain't doing that shit in the shabby. I'm telling you. We gonna just get down different ways. People don't do that in Chicago. Now, my melanatedly challenged brothers and sisters here in Chicago, they ain't about that life. Not for real. Not for real. I have very, very, very seldomly heard about one, let alone even two, melanatedly challenged men running up on a black man. He pulled on the heartstrings of a lot of people. And just the fact that he used his sexuality was even more disgusting. It was. And then he won, they prosecuted him. And he wanted to fight the case. And he wanted to say, I didn't do it. And that's not true. And this thing, da 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 da. Motherfuckers don't know how to cut their losses. When you're caught, you're caught. When you're caught, you're caught. But he want to fight it. He didn't want to pay back the city. They fined him for the man hours that got put in for those 3 days. He didn't want to pay it. He wanted to fight it. It's some bullshit. So, if this young lady is not telling the truth, she's doing a Smollett. When you're caught, you caught. That's it. Don't go involving people and lying like that. That shit was crazy. Let me see who is backstage. We're at the back door. Hold on. Let me see who this is. It is one of my favorite people. Bonjour, bonjour. Levon, is my volume up? Say something, Levon, because I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Why am I screaming like that, y'all? Levon, if you can, drop out and come back because I'm not hearing you at all, sweetie. I don't know if it's just Levon's. Hold on, let me make sure my internet is on. Okay, let's see. Say something, Levon. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Levon, if you can drop out and come back, I would deeply appreciate it. This motherfucker back. You know, Mel, what? I do love you, but you just like why do you act like you don't I don't love you or something? We can hear you. He might be on mute. I didn't mute him. Levon, you could try again, sweetie. You know, and it made people in Chicago mad. And it made us not like him. And supposedly all of this was to gain attention so he wouldn't be written off of a show. You affected people's money. Who do that? And then, hey, don't meow at me anymore. And then, ouch! Get your motherfucking ass out my goddamn room. Get the fuck out of here. Because I didn't give you a rub. Bitch, you bite me? Excuse me, my fault. That bitch just bit the back fat part of my arm. You gotta get out of here. Cause you don't know how to act. Ooh, Lord. It's just upset me. Levon, if you can try again, I would appreciate it. Or if someone else can pop up here and let me see if it's on my end, I would deeply appreciate it. You don't have to show your face. Let me see if I can get some sound. That way we can know if it's on my end or was it our dear Levon. You know, he pulled on people's heartstrings here in Chicago. And my bullshit meter went off quick. I'm like, he lying. He lying. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. I am a mother. Okay? And the one thing I know as a mother, ooh, I could peep it. I could peep that bullshit. It's an uncanny ability. We might not be able to see, but ooh, mamas can hear. Maddie was like, damn, how you be hearing? Because I'm a mama. Fathers don't have that ability to hear. Fathers see. Mamas hear. Okay? Mamas hear. And I just heard the bullshit. And I was just like, ain't nobody beat that boy up. Ain't no Trump supporters out here roaming around on the coldest day of the year. Hey, Bamboo. Say something, Levon.
Hello.
Oh my God, we did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Oh, Mama Sia, we did it. I went out, you came back in, you did it. You see, I had too many children. I know the fucking Doors song. But no, you know, that caused like a really big uproar because, you know, the gay community here, well, not just the gay community, the LGBTQ community, they was just like, yo, we'll beat you up. Okay? That he's one of ours. We love him and we'll beat you up because y'all did this. You know, now you have the LGBTQ community looking at middle-aged white men like, y'all beat up Jussie Smollett. And that's not what happened.
And the whole conviction that he just went through, he sat there and he put it on his mother. He sat there and he said, I will not be my mother's son if I am lying about this. He sat up there and he said, I fought back. He cried and he went on and on and on with this whole story, trying to make himself up to be the new LGBT Malcolm X, he said. It's not only that he lied about it, he tried to make himself
he was the Tupac of the LGBTQ plus community.
That's what he said.
How
So
dare you?
yeah, exactly. He tried to make himself.
I feel bad for the cops. I feel bad for the police officers. I feel bad for the LGBTQ plus community.
Yeah.
I feel bad for anybody because people in Chicago was hot. Motherfuckers. They used to film Empire literally walking distance from my house. There's a whole movie studio down the street from me.
Yeah.
They were here. They lived here during filming season. Taraji, Terrence, Jesse, and no matter. No, he wasn't acting his butt off because I didn't believe him. I didn't believe him. I know a good actor when I see him. He's called Denzel. Denzel, as my grandmother used to call him. It's called Kerry Washington. It's called Viola Davis, Meryl Streep, Robert De Niro. That's good acting. What I seen was a travesty. It was a travesty for Black people. Hold on, y'all. Hello. Yeah.
It was a travesty for everybody. Well, anyway, see, all right, never mind. Anyway, see, I used to work at a restaurant where they had called me Little Jesse because I guess they didn't know nothing about no gay people or whatever. So they had called me Little Jesse around the way. So when this had happened, I had gotten some phone calls from some old friends because they was worried about me because now I had been living in LA or whatever. And they were like, oh, LaVon, you heard what happened? You heard what happened? Is you all right? Is you all right? Even my mama had called me because she was like, have you heard about what happened? Is you okay? Not that they was worried that, something directly was going to happen, that some guy was going to get me, but maybe a copycat, a Trump supporter, somebody who might do something similar. I don't know. There's crazy people out there. You never know, especially with these Trump supporters. You see what they did on to that damn Capitol over a freaking tweet. So it really isn't unlikely that they could have done something like this. So yeah, when it happened, he really did put everybody up in an uproar. And that's why a lot of people was upset. And me personally, I did get a little scared when I started seeing people in that little red hat. I was like, uh-oh, if that happened to him, well, holy crap, could it happen to me? You never know. And then it turns out it's all a hoax. And that's some bullshit. And still to this very day, he refuses to admit the truth. And that's why he still can't get a job until now.
So, forgive you guys. I forgot the password for this computer I have, and my husband took my computer and he's letting somebody in the IT department of the police department redo my computer. And I'm just like, just wipe it out and I'll start over fresh. And he's talking to me, asking me, and he trying to text, dude, just tell that man to wipe the computer clean and just put those little few pictures on the hard drive and let that be what it is. God damn. Hi, PMS. How you doing, sis? But no, I was hearing what you were saying. And that also gave a fear, atmosphere of fear within the gay community in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
we don't have no whole bunch of gay bashing and stuff like that in Chicago. If anything, gay men fight gay men.
We was thinking it was a war going out here. I was like, well, dang, you know what I mean? These Trump supporters, is they out to get me now? I got to look over my shoulder. People can't go out and get a Subway sandwich in the middle of the night. Well, shit, if it could happen to Jesse, then it could happen to me. Well, dang,
Right.
you know what I mean? My mother called me and she was like, is you okay? You know what I mean? Is you living in a safe neighborhood? I know you in LA. Da, da, da. People were scared. And he did all
Right.
that.
You feel like if it can happen in Chicago, it can happen in LA.
Right. People were scared. And it turns out Jamal lying for no goddamn reason.
That like when it started coming out, and I'm not even gonna sit here and lie to you, I knew in my fupa, because I told y'all my fupa has special powers. I knew it was some bullshit then, but me knowing the people that I know that work within law enforcement, and me calling friends who, they're like, man, it'll be out in the news. It'll be out in the news. I'm like, I knew that motherfucker lied. So if this young lady perpetrated that she had been kidnapped and wasn't, it makes people look at us as Black people like we just cry wolf. So when we really need help, they're reluctant to help us. Because sometimes I feel like they feel like one bad apple can spoil the bunch. I have daughters that I worry about. My daughter could walk from this house to someone's car to grab her DoorDash or whatever food she ordered. And I'm in the window and I'm looking because I worry. Because one thing about it is Black women are not protected like other classes or other races of women are. We don't get looked for. We get found and sometimes we're not alive. And our case might not get worked on as hard as someone whose skin color is not the same as ours. It's sad. So when I screenshotted this meme, it was a picture of her and another picture of her, and it starts slowly morphing into Jessie Smollett. And I said, other people are feeling this also.
Oh, about this girl?
Yeah. Mm. You out here doing you. Okay, go do you, but you ain't gotta lie. Not like that.
Well,
okay.
Better lie.
She got people. Hold on, watch this. Hello.
What's up?
Hey, girl. Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right, Sugar. How are you?
Girl, Sugar, I'm good. So you on my live right now, and I just want you to testify to something. Before you lock my love away, please let me testify. You accuse me of it. You accuse me of it. Mm-hmm. Okay. So everybody, this is Crystal. This is my kid's godmother and my bestest friend in the whole wide world. Hold on. Hey, Aston.
Yeah.
When you get a minute, can you make Mama a pot of coffee? Mm. Okay, thank you. Because I'm feeling real non-caffeinated right now. And I'm feeling some kind of motherfucking way. Okay, so what we're discussing this evening, Crystal, is the young lady in Alabama. And with my spidey senses be tingling. Now, I'm just going to ask you a few very short questions. Do you remember the morning I called you about the Jessie Smollett shit?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I called you early that morning because it was cold as fuck and nobody could go anywhere. When you answered the telephone, what was the first thing after I said, "Hey, bitch, good morning"? What was the first thing I said to you about that situation? I said he lied. Exactly. I said he. Right? I said Crystal, he lied. He lied, Crystal. Move, little cats. Um, that's all. But come and watch my live because that's what I was calling you about a few minutes ago. But I'm here. Um, just come on and watch. I appreciate that. And God bless you. So, as you see, I knew that he telling a false. And then I got madder and madder and madder. And my anger came in because, you know, black people banded around him and black and the LGBTQ community banded around him. Actors,
Right.
political people, people were outraged
Everybody.
because people already didn't like Trump. So now motherfuckers like, oh, so now y'all just out here beating up gay men and putting nooses on their neck.
Right.
And it didn't make any sense to me. When shit just don't make sense, it just don't make sense. That didn't make sense.
People was like,
And
what's going on up in here? And the thing is, that's so crazy because Trump is already so goddamn ridiculous that you could believe anything that could happen. Look at the stuff that he's already done. You know what I mean? So it ain't that crazy to believe.
right.
Look at the Capitol.
Well,
Anything,
that happened before the storming of the Capitol.
I already know that. Trump already has all the stuff that is possible that he does. He already incited violence.
And I'm sorry that you and the gay community had to go through that. That was some stupid ass shit for dude to do. And it was dangerous.
It's very dangerous. And the thing is, still to this day, he has not apologized and he is not going back. Can you believe that? He's still ten those down and he is sitting there saying, I ain't lying. I ain't lying.
If you notice, you see his sister didn't say shit.
Yeah, she didn't, and her career is still going fine.
She didn't say shit, and she stayed away from it. Why?
It would have ruined her
She
career.
knew her brother was lying. See, I'm gonna tell you something. He was probably one of those little siblings growing up who did too much. Okay, now if you don't child, then y'all not gonna you. But if you had a auntie who there was always one cousin who did too much. That one cousin who only embellished, like she punched me in my face, did trying. In Chicago, and he could have just been like, He didn't have to go in because people be wanting to know, well, why'd you do that? If he had just said, I'm sorry, I apologize to the people of Chicago, I apologize to the LGBTQ plus community, I apologize to the police officers who worked looking for a person who really didn't whoop my ass.
Mhm.
I need help. I need help, and I'm going to get the help that I need, and left it at that. People would have moved on, and people would have forgave them. Because one thing people are is forgiving, but you can't forgive a person when they can't accept and atone for the bullshit they did.
Mhm.
He was bogus.
Because didn't they say that drugs was involved?
Well, from what I understand, they said now those two African young men, and I ain't gonna lie, those was that was a lot of chocolate. That I was like, I like a good old dark skin, big old, they're just good looking. They worked out, they was extras, and they did what do you call that? Personal training, and that's how they met him. He was one of those boys was his personal trainer.
And selling D on the side and selling drug on the side as well, allegedly. Selling both D's.
I think he was more the person that sold the good time, the party favor. I think dude wanted him to do it with him. Cause I don't think word on the street in Chicago was those two Africans were some pussy hounds. They was out here laying some bras down. I think they sold the party favors. That's what I believe. And I think Jussie liked him, and he didn't like him because he didn't want him.
Wow.
But he was cool enough with them and paid them enough to beat him up. And they really didn't even beat him up.
I'm sure he was beating something up.
I don't think the little African boys was gay. I don't think either one of them was gay or bi. I think he provided the substances that Jussie liked. But I don't think he was stroking them down. Okay? I don't think he was stroking them down.
I think something a little sexually insane was going on within the mix.
You think so?
For them to be acting like that, I think a little something strange was going down that was dirty and was sinful and that was not of God.
I don't think so. I just think he was supplying him, but I don't think he was supplying him with man parts. Okay. He wasn't supplying. I don't think he was supplying him with man parts, Levon. It's not giving me man part vibes.
Listen, I'm telling you something. When you be doing some personal training and you be getting a little high after the studio and money's involved, a little lines get blurred. All right.
I mean, I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen. All them Africans about them Benjamins. See, that's what that in cars he said it correctly.
You go down to the bath house, you're getting all sweaty, getting all hot, you're high. You need to release some stress after the gym. Here comes Jussie Smollett with his lion ass.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some further investigating into that, Levon. And if I find out that it was really one of those situations, I'm gonna be the first to call your ass because I have your actual numbers, and I'm gonna be like, man, bro, you was right. You was right.
And now, given that you know what you know about Jussie Smollett and how sneaky he is, you don't think that he came with them having some kind of agenda? Befriending them?
No, I think they worked out. I think they supplied him with party favors. But I think Jussie wanted one of those African boys, and he rebuffed them. He was like, "Look, I'm gonna keep on giving you party favors, and we can work out. I'll help you with that, but I ain't on that. I really believe that. I really believe that, you know, because Jussie don't strike me as a type who like his meat well done.
You think so?
He don't give me meat well done.
I firmly, vehemently disagree.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, he just strikes me as a Chad type of dude. He like him a good motherfucker named Chad or Todd.
Oh no, maybe when in the daylight, but when
okay, I feel what you cooking. I feel what you cooking. Okay, we working with a 4-burner stove right now, and 2 of the burners are on, and not even the oven. You gonna have to tell me more. Okay, 2 burners on that stove is on, cause now you got me like.
Picture this.
Let me go.
The bathhouse. It's after Empire. He's seeing a little extra over there. He needs some money. He doing some.
But you know what? He lived in this building, Levon. When you come to Chicago, and I show you this building he lived in. I knew 2 people who lived in this building. This building has everything. It has a workout room, state of the art. It has a swimming pool. It has a jacuzzi. It has a sauna. And then he has this beautiful apartment that overlooked the city and all the city lights. There were more sexier settings that they could have got it in instead of a damn bathhouse. And I don't even know if we don't even have bathhouses here in Chicago anymore.
That you know of.
Oh, wait a minute. My other burner, you know how you cut the stove on, that motherfucker go tick, 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 and you got me tick, tick, ticking. I just don't think, like, Levon, if I thought that, you know, it was like a lover thing, I would be like, yeah. But I really don't think either one of those African boys wanted Jussie. They wanted his money.
Oh, yeah, of course. I don't think they was in love with him. That's why they ended up ratting him out. Because by the end of it, they ended up ratting him out, and they was like, yeah, we was lying. We beat him up on purpose. They wasn't in love with him. They ratted him out. They told him.
I'm gonna tell you how that shit went. They caught up with those 2 Africans. Okay, they knocked on their door and was like, "You need to come down to the station." And they were probably like, "For what?" Nah, you don't ask us the questions. We ask you. They brought them in, and I'm gonna tell you what they told them. As sure as I'm sitting here smoking my Newport short. If you don't tell us what the fuck happened, because we followed you all, we tracked the car that you were in, we're going to send you back home. Right. And you can't come back. They use the old immigration card on their asses. And those motherfuckers, they spread like foo-foo. They told like, he told us to beat him up. He gave us $5,000. They even had them on tape at either a beauty supply or a gas station buying the fucking ski mask. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't. And my whole thing is, why would you have them wear ski masks? You know who was whooping your ass.
And Jussie is still lying, saying he ain't do it.
And well, I know we don't like him in Chicago. We is not fucking with him. You know, there were people, you know, some of the, you know, more of the I'm not gonna say their names because I know them and I know they family. You know, they was really like, we gonna forgive Jussie, and you know, I'm just like, why we gotta forgive Jussie? He made people scared. He scared people within the LGBTQ plus community, more so gay black men.
Exactly.
He scared gay black men, and that shit wasn't cool.
How you gonna forgive somebody who hasn't even apologized? Who won't even admit it's wrong?
You just need to don't come to Chicago with that bullshit. That's why I'm feeling some kind of way about this young lady. If I find out she done did a Jussie, I'm gonna be mad.
Mhm.
You know, people were sharing her stuff and, you know, telling you, please share this. I don't know how many DMs I had. Please share this. Please share this. Because at first, you know, I was telling somebody was it yesterday? It was yesterday. I was telling somebody about how in Chicago there have been 3, 4 year olds walking outside at 2, 3, 4 in the morning because they've been able to open the door and walk out the motherfucking house. So it actually does happen. You know, it does happen. But this baby was on the side of an interstate, you know, supposedly, you know, but I'm gonna be very disappointed. I'm gonna be disappointed as a woman of color. I'm gonna be disappointed as a mother because you had people out here looking for you.
Right.
You know, and that's in Alabama. They got swamp and marshes and all sorts of shit down south. Hey, Debbie, what's up, baby? All is well, and I hope all is well with you too, Sister Debbie. And welcome back to the Lady Lounge, and thank you for being here. And please hit the like button. I would appreciate that. You know, just as a woman of color, as a mother, if anything happened to any of my daughters, I will want everyone to help. But you best believe if either one of my daughters lied about something like that, oh baby, you standing alone. I'm not standing in this with you. I will not. I will not. I will not. You know. But I guarantee you, they probably didn't interrogate her last night. They probably gave her some drugs to make her feel good. Okay, Queena. Thank you for being here, sweetie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They probably, you know, did a rape kit on her. Made her take, you know, nail scrapings. You know, they take tape and they put tape on your body to get skin cells. So all that could be sent to the state police for processing. And then they probably let her take a shower, gave her something so she could sleep. But I promise you, when she get out that hospital, even if it was today, they questioning her. And I'm gonna tell you something: getting questioned by the police from your own municipality, especially like they go hard if it's like a you know, a illin, you know what I mean? But you dealing with the state
Right.
police, and they shit a little bit more different. You know, they probably want her to take a what do you call that, a lie detector test and all that.
Well, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful because you remember what happened with that case with that Gabby Petito.
Mm-hmm.
And was
but you know what? Guess what? I knew she had been ill. I knew she had been ill because I knew that. I was just like, oh, the boyfriend did it. I knew that right off the bat. There was no second guessing that.
But did you know that the parents had helped?
Well, what I believe is that boy did that, and he called his mama and daddy, and he went back home and was acting like he didn't do nothing. Wait, do you think this is a? Yeah, I do, Miss Debbie. I do. I'm hoping that is not the case, but something's telling me because they have pulled the cameras from that highway and it showed her car with its hazard lights on pulling over. But it's not like you see a baby, you slam on brakes and you just pull over. It pulled over more. I'm hoping and praying that this young lady is not lying, but the cameras speak for themselves, and that camera did not show a child. Now, what we might not be able to see They might show us the distant camera, but those highway cameras are high resolution cameras that can pick up daytime or nighttime. And they can zoom in. They're just not going to zoom in and let us see it as the public. They'll let us see the far away. But they're not going to zoom in and show. But you can clearly see there wasn't no child on the side of the road. There wasn't no baby on the side of the road. So the question is, why, you know, if you know, ugh, I don't know, man. I just, you know, I'm gonna pray for that young lady, and I'm gonna pray for her family. But this is getting ready to get. I have a feeling this is going to get messy, and you know, things might come out that she didn't want to come out when she could have just went and did her and just came home and got yelled at and just kept it moving. You had people worried about you. One of the things about being a parent, man, the parent love is so strong that when you worry about your child or your children, you worry from a place that's so deep that you can't even sleep not knowing. Aston drives my car to work, and I will not go to sleep until I see him pull up and he walk in that gate, and I hear that gate, and I sit right in this window and watch him. When he in the house, then I can rest because I know he's here and he's safe.
Yeah.
So this girl out here, and she just having her mama worry. Like that's some shit. Like once I got down to the bottom of it, and I got to talk to my child like on some one-on-one, and she tells me the truth. Like, Mom, I really, you know, I'm gonna have to hit you off on your shit. I'm gonna hit you in your shit because you didn't have to do all of that. You didn't have to do that. You had me worried. When you can't or you don't know where your child is, it's like a piece of you is lost until you know they're okay. So for her to even put her mother through that, shame on you if it's not true. Shame on you if it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
The one person that you should be able to call on and tell them, Mama, I'm okay. Call your mama. Let your mama know you okay. Because the one thing I'm not going to do is stand on the side of bullshit. And you know you was wrong. You was wrong. Her brother giving her brother on TikTok and whatnot, saying telling his sister's name and this is where she was and this, that, and the fourth, and the family needs help. If you see my sister, please contact the police and the family. And you probably laying up in bed somewhere looking at social media, knowing that you alive and okay, but you done dug a hole that you can't get your ass out of. You don't do that to people. You just found it on Google? Okay. Wait, hold on. Telephone, who admitted? Yep, exactly, PMS. For admitting to faking her own kidnapping in 2016, had been sentenced to 18 months in prison. Now remember that. You know, people be doing some weird, way out shit. Like there was a woman who
I guess she wanted to go away. She gonna go away now.
You know, there was a woman who, in this case, was a few years ago. It was something like with a man that everyone thought was homeless, but come to find out he actually wasn't homeless. And they started a GoFundMe and raised a copious amount of money, all to find out that this man wasn't even homeless. It was all set up to get a GoFundMe cracking. You know, don't pull on people's heartstrings. Don't pull on people's time. You can't get time back. People were looking for this young lady. She's a professional young lady. She's a nurse. The girl's a college graduate. She's a pretty young lady. But she didn't have to do all that. In fact, she did it. But we got to wait to see. You know, you got that going on. Then we have the thing that's going on in Long Island, where they finally have arrested someone in connection to all these women that they found in burlap bags.
In burlap bags.
Okay, so a few years ago, there a young lady who was in the lifestyle. She was a lady of the evening.
Oh, okay.
She went to someone's home to have an evening with them, and something transpired, and she ran out of this person's house. And no one could ever find her. And some way, somehow, they found her several months later in a marsh. Now, for any of you who aren't familiar with Long Island, New York, there are a lot of marshy, muddy areas. And apparently this young lady went into this marsh, and they say she most likely, because it was a cold night, they said she most likely expired due to hypothermia. But when they found her body, they start finding other bodies, and they were in burlap sacks. Burlap sacks are basically like a potato sack of some sort. And a lot of these women were what society would like to deem undesirables. They were women with, substance abuse problems. They were women who were using prostitution to feed their problems. And these women went missing and know where they were until they found that one girl's body. And they believe that one girl, no one killed her. She ran in whatever she was running from. She ran into that marsh and she expired due to hypothermia. But once someone found her body, then they start finding all of these other bodies.
Oh, the rest.
It also could be a case of dirty cops. Remember this? I'm going to wait to hear her side. I'm just speculating at this time. And Miss Debbie, you know what? I respect that. I'm just hoping that whatever she tells them, there's evidence to support it. I would hate to see a young, smart, vibrant, beautiful young Black woman in the early prime of her life. She has not even reached the pinnacle of the prime of her life. Because of a bad decision, it will impact the rest of her life. That's what I hope it doesn't do. Because it's just a bad look, because when somebody's child comes up missing, a child of color, another young Black woman, they'll be like, oh, well, you remember what happened with the last one. Yeah. And this person really might need help. Don't cry wolf. Don't cry wolf.
When it does happen, like,
You know,
it's gonna be.
and it all goes back to like Mr. Smollett. He cried wolf. People came to his aid. People rallied around him, and he created a undercurrent within the LGBTQ plus community of fear. And then it made it like, motherfuckers here love the empire. So people's feeling a certain kind of way, all to find out it was a lie. You
Yeah.
know.
And the entire community. So he'll probably never work again. I, for one, never want to see him on the screen.
I wouldn't pay to see anything with him on it. And if he did pop up on my TV screen on a show, I'm gonna turn.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna support that because he never apologized. He never apologized. And him not apologizing, that was just like, not only did he not apologize, he didn't want to pay the fine for all those police officers' overtime that they put in.
And then to make matters worse, do you remember when they pulled him in, he started screaming, if they're unalive me, I didn't do it. I didn't do it, to make it look like the police was going to do something to him. So he rode this all the way to the end.
And he rode it all the way to the end. And what's so crazy is they let him out.
Right.
And there have been people there are people right now,
right,
in Chicago, sitting probably 15 minutes from my house at 26 in California, because their bail is $100 and they can't even get it from a friend or a family member, and they have to sit there until their next court date. And they shoot, they might have stole a pack of Twinkies. He and they let it, and shoot, half the reason one of our state's attorneys, I don't think she's not going to run for office anymore, because they said she knew somebody in the family and somebody knew this person. And, if it had been anybody else, his ass would have been sitting in jail.
That's true.
He did all that wild and out and all that loud stuff in court, and everybody like, why you doing that, bro? You did this shit to you. No one did that to you. You did that.
And the thing is, he was so talented. If he wanted more money, all he had to do was wait for Empire to be over and keep doing you. You would have gotten your money. You was talented. What was the problem? You wanted more movies? I think he would have made it. What was the problem? He could sing, he could dance, he was good looking. If he would have just waited, he could have had a career. Like, he messed up his own self. He could sing.
Yeah, he could sing. He was one of my favorite characters on Empire.
Well, he waited and calmed the fuck down and didn't want to rush it. But no, he wanted to be like Tupac. He wanted to be a civil rights activist too. And he wanted it right now. He didn't want to wait for it. He wanted to be a superstar now. He wanted to rush it.
And then he had went out to California before they figured it out, once they released them or something. And he was at like the House of Blues and he was there singing. And that's when he yelled out that he's the gay Tupac.
But he was saying that from before. See,
I didn't know that. But, I have a lot of gay friends and who stand up for not just the causes of the LGBTQ plus community, but they stand up for all sorts of causes, women's issues, civil rights issues, bro, you're not the face of that
What?
community.
No one asked you.
No
We
one
certainly,
asked you.
we certainly have.
I feel like gay people are doing okay. Okay. You all know how to handle your own. But when people know something's wrong, people will stand up for the LGBTQ plus community. But he wasn't the person to do it, especially how he went about it. Because how he went about it was completely disingenuous. And it was nasty and it was mean. And
Like a Don Lemon, someone classy, maybe an Anderson Cooper.
yeah. Yeah.
Not you, sir.
Not you. Not
Acting
you.
like that, showing your ass, making a buffoon of yourself, screaming and yelling, and oh, I ain't gonna de-life myself. I want to be my mama's son if I'm lying, and then it turns out you lying.
My kids.
At this man, I was like, what?
My daughter would take my brush out my room and say she did not take my brush. And guess what? I'm still her mama. You just don't do weird, off-putting ass shit like that. And I'm praying. I hate to see when people look at us funny. The one thing I'm very proud to be a Black woman. And I want to see people who look like me be great, do great things. Because I feel like we are the originators of everything great on this earth. So to see us do weird shit, it bothers me. It bothers me to my core. That whole Jussie thing, I was hot. You lied on my city.
Yeah.
You lied on my gay people in my city. How come I can't push this? Hold on, shit. My nails so long, y'all. I need to get them cut down, but I'm not. I heard Funky Dineva say someone told him that. Wait, I think the word "gay" is a slur now in the community now. Is the word "gay," Levon? Is that a slur in the community?
Not that I heard of.
Okay, well, all right.
No.
Well, I don't know Funky Dineva. And I love Funky Dineva, but I'm gonna go off of what Levon says, because Levon is a gay man, and if Levon doesn't take offense to it, do you take offense to it?
No, the word "gay" cannot be a gay slur now. Absolutely not.
What did you hear about?
Yeah,
it's the what?
The LGBT. Like, how you gonna have the G without the gay?
Yeah, I guess so. That's a good point.
Yeah,
it may sound strange, but when I first heard the story, I thought the girl got caught up. The rapture. Look, Miss Day, I heard people talking. I heard people talking about maybe it was a UFO or something like that. No, those highway cameras didn't show no spaceship. Okay, I'm not going to supernatural. I'm not going the supernatural route. I'm going the super bullshit route. No, they did not show a baby. They didn't see it. If I can find a video, or if you can find a video, Miss D, go look at it. I did not see a baby. I did not see a baby. people, what people really gonna come if she got the police. Because she the police and her brother's girlfriend. But if you call the police, hey, I'm on highway 123 and there's a baby down the side of this highway. They were like, well, how's the baby look? Probably 2, 3. What color is the baby? I think it's baby. I think it might be a little white baby. What does the baby have on? Baby has on a shirt and a diaper.
Ooh. Uh-oh. I think Roxy may have dropped herself out. She was having a little bit of an echo there. Oh well. This is the moment I've been waiting for my entire life. Looks like it's my show now. This is Levon's Library presents Roxy's Lady Lounge. Oh, never mind. She's back.
Thank you so much for briefly holding that down for me.
I was just over.
My thing is, being married to a cop for 22 years, you just know certain things, and there's certain protocols that they would tell her. They probably would, since it's a busy highway, 9 times out of 10, they would have told her to stay on the phone. They would have told her to grab the baby and get back in the car and wait there, probably with the doors locked, until the state police got there and pulled up. And that's most likely what would have happened. But if she didn't call, that's going to come out too.
But what kind of story is just saying, oh, I seen a random baby on the side of the road, let me go get him?
You know what? Like I said, a few months back, when it was cold outside, I woke up per usual, thank you, Jesus, and had my morning coffee. And I went on my Facebook, and there was a guy here in Chicago who, well, I don't know where the brother was coming from, but it was about 4 a.m. It was dark. It was cold. And there was a little boy outside walking around with no shoes on. He was about, like I said, 2 or 3, maybe not even 4, but he didn't know where he lived. He didn't know his mama's real name. He kept saying her nickname. So in certain urban areas, it is not unusual to see a baby out walking around, because this baby done learn how to open the door. Mama sleep, daddy sleep, and this little baby done opened the door and took his little ass and her little. Hell, 2 years ago, they found 2 little girls, about 5 and something, walking around. Opened the door and they went outside. But guess what? Their mama wasn't home. Mama put them to sleep and mama dipped out, and that one of those kids woke up and seen mama wasn't home. And maybe they called themselves going to look for their mama. It happens. It happens, but just the baby on the side of an expressway, I don't know. Like, were there houses by this expressway that the baby could have,
It's true. I did hear of a story about 2 kids that got.
I dropped in the bushes too. A bitch just fell in the bushes like, hey, y'all, I'm here. Let me get back up. But no, it does happen, because I know it to happen. But, forgive me. Go ahead, sweetie.
Oh, no, I did just hear of a story of 2 kids that got dropped off on the side of the highway because their mother was at a 7-Eleven. And then she left their kids, or her kids in the car to go into the ATM. And some guy jumped in the car and tried to steal the car, and I guess didn't know that the kids was in the car. And as he was driving away, it was a 5-year-old and then a 2-year-old in the car seat. And I guess the 5-year-old was so intelligent enough, she expressed herself well enough. She said, "Sir, we're just 2 little kids and we don't got nothing to do with this. Can you please just let us off on the side of the road?" And he was like, "Yep." And he pulled over and he let him off on the side of the road. And she took her little brother and she walked back to the 7-Eleven. And yeah, so she said,
I got one for you that I literally read today. No, I read it last night. A mother and a father went in somewhere, left their infant in the car with the car running. The guy jumped in the car, drove off. Seen it was a little baby in a little baby car seat. Not a baby that's sitting up Googling. This is a little baby.
mm-hmm.
He turns back around. He gets out the car. He gives them the baby in the car seat, curses them out about leaving the baby in the car and leaving the car running, and then hopped back in they shit and drove off. I bullshit you not. He said, "Let me tell y'all irresponsible motherfuckers something. You don't leave no baby in the car with the car running, because a motherfucker like me will come steal your car. You all are horrible parents. Here, take this baby." And then got back in they shit and drove off. I was like, well, you know what? I respect this gangster for that.
And they said
At least he brought the baby back. He didn't leave the baby on the side of no road. Right. He brought that baby back and cursed that mom and daddy out and drove off. I'm like, all right, brother. Miss Debbie said, what black woman would leave her phone and wig in the car? But there was no trace of a baby by the cops in the dark on a dark country road. Miss Debbie, the road was not that country. That's number one. It was like a 4-lane highway. Okay, that's a lot of lanes. No, that's one. Two. Now I'm not a wig wearing individual. I'm a weave wearer, but I have worn a wig before. Out to a party, you know, done went out, and I done got in my car, and guess what? My wig became my passenger because I ripped that motherfucker off and put it on the passenger seat. To me, she didn't leave the phone in the car. The wig was in the car, supposedly, but the phone was on the side of the road. We just really have to find out, Miss Debbie. I'm just giving my commentary, and I'm really hoping and praying that she did not lie. That's all I want, is for this not to be a lie. But you best believe that she is being questioned very vigorously by law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Some things just don't math. Where were you coming from? Why would you go home? If you have been abducted and you know you have been abducted, even if someone picked you up, like a passerby seen you walking, what makes sense is for them to drop you off at a police station, drop me off at a hospital. The hospital will contact the police. You know, to me, trying to get home would not be an option. I would be so petrified that I would want to get somewhere safe immediately. I would want to be with law enforcement, in a hospital with law enforcement. It's too many unanswered questions. And I'm usually not a nosy person, Miss Debbie. I'm not. But I want the answers to this because I was worried about this young lady. I was worried about her as a mother. I was worried about her as a fellow Black woman. So I want to know what happened. Where were you? People gave their time to search for her. And let people know. You know, I hope it was not. And if I'm wrong, I'm the first I'm the first person who will hop right back up here where I am now and be like, I was wrong. My apologies. Prayers go up to her and her family. My prayers still go up to her and her family. But there was no baby on that video on the side of that road. There was no baby. So the question is, what happened?
And like I said, it's very easy to tell the truth real quick, even if the truth is I don't remember right now, or I don't.
Being a retired paralegal, I tend to think of the unthinkable, and I'm just going to wait and hear her story. And I respect that, Miss Debbie. I really do. I'm not mad at you, dear. I agree with you. You know, you're going to wait. I'm giving my thoughts. More will come out and we'll see what's going on with that situation. Only time I want answers to things, because normally I don't want no answers to nothing. I'd be like, but for this, I was worried about her. And I want to know, where was you at? What happened? You know, I mean, Levon, you just now finding out about this story. Like, what do you think?
I mean, it sounds a little suspicious.
Yeah,
So,
it do.
a baby's on the side of the road, you disappear, you come back, and you have nothing really to say.
Well, they're probably not gonna let her really give a statement right now because she most definitely has to speak with law enforcement first before even giving a statement about that situation. But it's you know, it's just odd because that highway didn't look, it wasn't no small, it was a little highway. It wasn't, what's y'all highway there called? The 305, the 404, what do you call it?
I mean, even so,
It wasn't that big of a highway, but it was big enough. And it wasn't like one of those rural highways where they don't have street lights. This motherfucker had street lights and it had a camera. And expressways usually have a plethora of cameras on them. You know, that's the amazing thing about technology. They will take that camera footage and they will trace that camera footage all the way back to where she originated from in the car. You know how many times Ring cameras have solved murders?
absolutely.
Murders. How many times security cameras in bank security cameras? That's one thing that a lot of law enforcement rely on. Bank security cameras. The bank could be closed, but they have exterior cameras that point towards parking lots and stuff like that. And these police know how to pinpoint, okay, this camera was working. They'll do a canvas and they'll walk from, so let's just say your car is found 3 blocks away. They'll walk back, trace the steps back from where your car was found and check residential cameras, business cameras, municipal city cameras, and they will find you. That's why I be telling people, it's living in a big city, all sorts of crimes happen.
They can find you, but even a simple statement doesn't take that long to say. You can say something like, listen, guys, she's fine, but please respect our privacy at this time.
Yeah, but maybe her family, maybe they have an attorney. Maybe the attorney told them, don't say shit.
Well, that's a statement that doesn't say shit. Saying please, that's just saying, that's not saying shit.
Well, maybe, like I said, maybe they have an attorney. Maybe the attorney told them, Do you think the cops are taking a little too? No, I don't think the police are taking too long to interrogate her. You know, um, the first time that a person gets to, once they go through something traumatic and they get to, a hospital, they have a protocol that they have to follow for the patient. And I'm sure they have to follow that protocol for the patient. And if they didn't, I don't think they probably questioned her last night, but I'm pretty sure that she most likely got questioned today. I'm wondering what made them release the video of her pulling over on the side of the road. I could only surmise that they released that footage to let the public know. It's like,
Why would they do that though?
to see if maybe anybody else was driving down the road that exact same time. Somebody could have been driving and went past her and be like, yeah, I was actually driving past her and I seen that car pulling over, but I didn't see a baby.
Mm-hmm.
That's like when crimes are committed and things like that, they'll put it out on the news. Do they still have newspapers? They put it out in the newspaper, but they won't tell you everything about a crime. For instance, there was this guy and he was in East St. Louis, Illinois. And this is several years ago. And he was killing ladies of the evening, the streetwalkers, not like no high-end ones. And when the coroner got the first chick's body and she was doing the autopsy, she was doing her external exam. And when she went and lifted up the eye, her eyes had been removed.
Ooh.
Both eyeballs, and they were removed so neatly that it didn't leave a mark, and they didn't even notice that the eyes had been removed. So what had happened was all these other ladies of the evening had been popping up, and they start checking to see if their eyes were gone. And several of those ladies' eyeballs were gone. So they knew they had a serial killer on their hands. But what they didn't do was release that tidbit to the community. Because if there was a potential where they had a suspect, or, they get a suspect, and once you wear a suspect down, they might be like, well, I did it. Well, if you did it, you took a souvenir. What was it? If the person says, I took their toenail, then that person is just nuts and they didn't do it. But if the person says, I took their eyeballs, then they did it, because that wasn't released to the press.
Mm-hmm.
They always leave a little something out so they can weed out, who did it and who really didn't do it. I thought the first 48 hours are crucial in the case, but she was only missing for the first 48. So she was found Sunday. When she came back home Sunday, 48 hours is 2 days, Sunday, Saturday, and she must have went missing Friday. So she was back within the first 48 hours. And, the thing about it is, it's not so much the first 48 hours. It's the first 48 hours when it comes down to murdering a murder. When you murder someone, the first 48 hours is crucial, because most people who have been kidnapped by a stranger are usually murdered within the first 2 hours of being abducted.
Really?
Yes. Unless you got one of those people who are
Harvey Weinstein, like a sexually insane person like that.
like people who want to keep you around for a little while. But most people who are abducted and they find them, they have been murdered within the first 2 hours of
Look,
the abduction. You can look it up.
I can't stand people like that. It's just creepy.
Yeah, it's creepy. It's creepy, and it's a lot of creepy people out here amongst us. That's why we just always have to
You
be
care.
vigilant.
Mm-hmm.
Vigilant. I say vigilant. Vigilant. Keep our heads, on a swivel, and basically look out for one another because
And if you see,
know,
say something.
right? If you see something, say something.
Mm-hmm.
And people see things.
I know you froze up.
I'm right here.
There you go.
I'm going back up to the lady lounge. I got my air conditioner on in my bedroom, and it is that air conditioner is cranking out what it's supposed to, baby. It's freezing in my room, and I love it. You see something, say something. But
Absolutely.
this is just highly. It's just strange, and I don't wish any bad for that young sister at all. But I was praying, like, oh God, please bring her home. And she did come home. A lot of people were praying for that young, beautiful Black queen to come home to her family. And she's home. But the thing about it is, what happened?
Yeah, because a lot of people don't come home, and we still don't know why. And a lot of cases are still left unsolved and
Okay. Miss Debbie said, my mind keeps going back to this being a paranormal case. Miss Debbie, why does your mind go back to this being a paranormal case? It was in the middle of an expressway. If it had been some paranormal, other commuters would have seen it.
So what you trying to say, that like the baby was like a ghost or something?
Huh?
So what she trying to say, like the baby was like a ghost or something?
I don't know.
Like maybe the baby was like a ghost or something, and then maybe.
I mean,
if that was like the case, on the road.
Hold on, let me come out and come back in because I have an echo.
Yeah.
Wait. Ooh. Shit.
There is a little bit of echo.
Wait a minute. I hate an echo.
Is that on mine? Yeah, I guess it could be a paranormal case. Maybe she saw a ghost, or maybe she thought she saw a baby. But then why would she be missing for that long? Well, she don't pass out on the side of the road or something after she saw that? I don't know. That could be interesting. Like perhaps she saw, I don't know, something like a mirage. That could be possible. I mean, there's plenty of traditions and myths of people seeing ghosts on the roads.
Hello?
I know in Trinidad, we say that all the time, that you can see a ghost on the road.
I still have a little echo. Can you hear it?
A little bit.
How do you correct that?
Maybe it's on me. Let me refresh. Hold on.
Hello. Okay, Miss Debbie. This is just what I'm saying. There was never a baby I think she used the baby thing as a ruse. There was never a baby. Oh shit. Wait. Hold on. Levon, hit that again. Hit that again. Please. I hit the room. My nails, they got a mind of their own. I just don't think there was ever a baby. You know, as this story unfolds, Miss Debbie, I'm gonna be here and I'm going to give my commentary on it. And hold on, Levon is back. Okay. Okay. All right.
Does that sound better?
Seeing something, yes, sounds much better. Thank you so much. Seeing something like a ghost or ghost. Okay, Miss Debbie, believe it or not, I do believe in paranormal. Okay, I do. I'm completely there with you with this. I really am. But I don't think that was the situation. I don't. Because if that was the situation, where was she for 2 days? You know, if you thought you seen a baby, you pulled up, I see a baby, and be like, that baby disappeared. You'd be like, I'm going home. Mm-hmm. But where was she for 2 days? That's the question. If she said she seen a baby and pulled over and didn't see the baby anymore, you know.
Maybe she went to a supernatural world or something. 2 days. Had a supernatural experience.
Well, only she could tell the story. I don't think it was anything supernatural. No, I don't. I don't. You know, I think it's something else, but there wasn't no baby. That's that's it on. Hold on, that's real shit.
Because in Trinidad, they do say that there are demons and stuff that could be on the road that can grab you and pull you into hell and try and lead you into like a road down to hell and stuff.
Well, I pretty much guarantee when she finally gives her statement, it's not going to have anything to do with a ghost. Okay, it's not going to have anything to do with nothing but what actually fucking happened. You know, my grandma would have said that heifer was laid up. Let me just put that right up there. Yes.
So you think she was dipping it low and spreading it wide?
Yeah.
I mean, that's likely.
You know, I'm not gonna lie to you, Miss Debbie. I believe in that. I believe in paranormal. I believe in a lot of things. My family is from the deltas of Mississippi, okay, and a lot of family in Louisiana. So I done seen some things, and I believe that. I just don't believe. I just don't believe this was what it was. But as we find out, we will come together like butt cheeks and we will discuss this. You know what I mean? I do believe in the paranormal. I'm not even going to go into the things that I know or the things that I felt. I just don't think this is one of them. I don't believe it. I have to go with what the evidence says. And at this point, from what the video camera shows, there's no evidence that there was a baby there. So if you pulled over and your phone was found on the side of the road where, you know, I just want the Uber. You said, I just want the Uber man, a Lyft man who picked her up. What? Kiki, get up here. Hit the link. You don't have to cam up. Get up here. Come on, sis.
That's a good theory.
No, she said she wants the Uber man because they said she got dropped off at home. How did she get dropped off at home? Come on, Kiki. If you're not at work, come on, Kiki. You can't drop that little bit of gem. I'm from Jamaica. Okay.
Dropped off at home.
Hanks still
I guess
travel. Yeah, Hanks travel to Earth. I know they do. And you from Jamaica, and that's Jamaican people. Some of my favorite people in the world, baby. As a matter of fact, I'll be making some oxtails, rice, and peas tomorrow. If she didn't have the phone, Kiki, get your ass up here, B. Don't do that. You can't put these sorts of
Come on, Kiki.
right. Stop playing with us, Kiki. Hold on. Let me recopy this link. Let me hit this. Okay, hit that. All right.
Telling us. Okay, so she got dropped off by the Uber driver. I thought her phone was in the car. You said.
No, they said that her phone, her sisters, her brother's girlfriend said that after she heard her scream, all she heard was the highway, cars passing on the highway. So the phone wasn't with her. So how did she get the lift? You not coming. Boo. Let's boo Kiki. Boo. 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 Well, Kiki, you better get your fingers to typing and telling us about this whole Uber driver. I know she got dropped off at home. I didn't know Uber Lyft driver dropped her off. So how did she get home? Who called the Uber or Lyft? Was there when people have a crisis like that, the first person they go to is the outcry person. Okay? That's the first person after a crime was committed to you, especially when it's things like the R word, DV. They talk to someone, and that's called the outcry person. That is the first person you go to tell that person, hey, X, Y, and Z happened to me. So how did she get the Lyft or the Uber? And if she was in the Lyft or the Uber, they're gonna question the Lyft or the Uber driver who called for this Lyft or Uber. What was she talking about when she was in the vehicle? Was she crying? Did she seem distraught? Her house wasn't that far from the incident. Okay, her house wasn't that far from the incident, but I mean, I don't know, Miss Debbie. Math ain't mathing. Math ain't mathing. Good night, PMS.
Good night, PMS.
You know, the math ain't mathing. So if someone dropped off at home and if it was a Lyft or Uber, who called for it? So apparently, okay, wait a minute. Levon, can you read that while I enjoy an adult libation?
So apparently, she lost her job the same day this incident happened. She no longer is in nursing school either. It's a lot going on. So she lost her job on the same day. Okay, so maybe she was drinking or something at the same time. Or was maybe, maybe I don't want to accuse somebody of drinking, but was maybe going through some kind of mental state, or was, I don't know.
But Miss Debbie says who/how since she didn't have the phone. That's the question, Miss Debbie. That is the question, Miss Debbie. Her phone was left on the side of the road. Her car was there. Her wig was there.
Do we know why she lost her job?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Kiki, how did she lose her job? Wasn't she dropped off she was dropped off at her parents' house. But I don't know if it was a Lyft or Uber. I just know she was dropped off at her parents' house. But if you had been abducted, why wouldn't you have a Lyft or Uber driver take you directly to a police station or a hospital where the hospital would have contacted law enforcement?
Wait, and also I have another question. What happened to her car?
They probably seen it on the side of the road with because she did hit her hazard lights when she pulled over, allegedly stealing.
Oh, okay. So something's going on. Something's going on. So now we learn a little bit about her character. Now we learn a little bit about her character. Now we're getting some evidence now. So allegedly stealing, allegedly seeing a baby on the side of the road, and now allegedly disappearing for a couple of days.
And if I could find this post that I seen on Facebook, someone was like, she needs to stop lying. She was laid up in a hotel with her 17-year-old baby daddy. I don't know how true that is. I didn't even know the girl had a baby.
Allegedly stealing, allegedly having a. Well, this sounds like a breakdown. This is
a strange case, Paranormal Roxy. Well, Miss Debbie, if it turns out to be anything paranormal, my sweet friend, I will be the first to be like, damn, Deb, you was right. My fault. I won't give it to you. I'm not that type of person who ain't gonna give it to you. But I respect your opinion, and I got my own opinion. If something ain't right, in my Keith Sweat voice. As a matter of fact, hold on. Some just ain't right.
Woo!
Woo! Some just ain't right. Thank you. I'll be at the Airport Hilton if anyone wants to see me. I'll be performing from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Thank you so much. Yeah, some just ain't right. It can be paranormal, but she got to account for those 2 days she was gone. Where was you? Was she getting ready to be arrested for stealing?
It sounds like she may have had a breakdown. If you lost it,
she might have had
and then you make.
She might have had a breakdown, but you break it down like that, go home. Break down in the crib.
Well, it sounds like
don't have people out here worried about you. And if you wanted to stay gone a couple of days because you were at a mental breaking point in your life, because you have a lot going on, call your motherfucking mama and tell your mama, I'm not coming home. I'm not in nursing school. I done lost my job. You know, they did mention the Red Roof Inn. See, she was at the damn Red Roof Inn, Debbie, and she wasn't at the Red Roof Inn with an alien or a ghost. I said it. I said it.
But how old is she?
22, 23. She young. I got children that age. And guess what? The only time I was at a Red Roof Inn, I was red roofing, okay? And it wasn't no paranormal shit about that. It might have been extraterrestrial, baby, but it wasn't paranormal.
I know that's right.
Her ass done got caught up in some things. She got caught up in some things. And they did, like, what I've been looking at on Facebook, the girl, somebody in a text thread or underneath someone's chat, because they screenshotted it and they said she needs to stop lying. She was at the Red Roof Inn laid up. That's what they said. And you know, if that can be found out, who rented the room?
Right.
She's 25, she's still young. Hell, I think my oldest child, I don't know how old that boy is. He was born in 90. You know, when you have a little kid, you be forgetting their ages. I just know the last 2 ages, the last 3 ages for sure. But those older ones, I be forgetting. But, you know, if she was there, someone had to rent the room. Who rented the room? And if the person that allegedly abducted her took her to the Red Roof Inn, then the hotel room will be under that person's name. Well, unless they had a fake ID.
Well, yeah, someone has to have an ID.
Right. Did they pay for it in cash? Did they pay for it by credit card? These are things that could be traced.
And regardless of cash or credit card, you still have to have an ID to rent it because you have to be sure that you are over 18.
And
Name has to be
hotel cameras will show, was she walking in that motherfucker just or was she being dragged in that motherfucker?
exactly.
I'm telling y'all.
Now he could technically rent the room and then go get her, rent it by himself and then go get her and then,
But if he's only 17, allegedly, he can't rent the room. You gotta be at least 18 to rent a hotel room, right?
That's true.
The math is not matching. I'm still stuck on. I know you stuck on the baby Debbie.
Well, the thing is, what I'm saying,
But
if you are under the influence, you might make up some random ass bullshit on the fly and say, "Oh,
LaVon, my ass been fucked up. I ain't never seen nothing that wasn't there."
some people have," and make up some random stuff.
But she young too. She young.
Something stupid. Oh, I see a baby. Somebody there. A man was there. I heard it all.
Unless she, tripped out for like some acid or some shit, I don't know. But she don't strike me as the type who would drop a tab. You know what I mean? I know what people look like who will drop a tab of acid. They don't look like her. We'll get to the bottom of it, but if she was at a Red Roof Inn, then somebody know there's a lot of unanswered questions. You are absolutely right, Miss Debbie. If she was at a Red Roof Inn, somebody rented that room. Period, point blank. She would have been better off just going the fuck home and letting her mama know what happened. Maybe the girl was depressed. I don't know. But something it just don't sound right. It it could be a paranormal baby thing, aberration. No, what do you call it? Not an aberration.
Apparition.
Right. On the side of the highway, it could be a myriad of things. But the bottom line is she got home in a Lyft or Uber, and she was allegedly at the Red Roof Inn. The baby didn't rent the room. So how did she get there?
And she was there for 2 days, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Chilling.
Somebody had to leave the hotel to go get food. It might not have been her, but somebody had to bring food back. You ain't just gonna be up in no hotel for 2 days with no food.
It was her cell phone.
And even if she didn't have her phone, the other person had a phone. They seen that shit on social media. She probably seen her brother posting that he can't find his sister and their family's looking for her. And she probably is just like, fuck it, let me get up out of here. Let me go home. And the motherfucker probably dumb enough to call her a Lyft or Uber and dropped off at home. People do be lying. It's just unfortunate.
Jamal Lyon.
Man. Hello, Gloria. Miss Gloria, how are you this evening? Welcome home. Welcome to the lounge, baby. We're talking about the young lady from Alabama who was missing and turned up unmissing and alive. And that's the most beautiful thing. But my thing is, don't make your mama worry.
Yeah.
Because you know what? I'm going to tell you something. And people don't be believing me. The sins of a parent are revisited through the children. You will reap what you sow when you give your mama a heavy heart, because you'll get it through your own children. That woman probably couldn't sleep not knowing where her daughter was. thinking all sorts of shit. If my kids don't call me back within an hour, it can get gully. For instance, a few months ago, Aston had to work. It was on a Sunday. And we thought he was working one place, but he never called us. And my husband got very, very, very worried. He get on the phone. He calls a friend of his who works for the state police because my son had to take the expressway to work. The person that he spoke with said, no, there's been no reports of any accidents, da, 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 da. I'm calling Aston. He not picking up. Jay calling him. He not picking up. I thought Jay left to go to work. Jay drove out to where Aston, he thought he was working. They moved him someplace else. He thought he was working there. He went out there, couldn't find Aston, found somebody who works for his company and was like, where's my son? He's supposed to be working here. And they told him, my husband got back to the car. And I guess they called Aston and said, call your family. They looking for you. And once he heard his voice, he called me. My husband ain't no breakdown person. He broke down. He was like, I was scared. And this is a man who fought in the first Desert War and be out here in these streets of Chicago every day. And that scared the fuck out of him. It scared the fuck out of me. I was nervous. And once I heard his voice, whew, and I said, don't you ever, I don't give a fuck if you're running late for work. When you get there, you let us know you made it. My husband was happy, but he's like, I was so scared. I was so scared. Anything can happen. And it don't just happen with women. It happens with men too.
Yeah.
He was so happy to hear his voice. And once we heard his voice, we could collectively breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, our boy. Okay. And I was mad, but I couldn't be mad anymore. So in the event that she was not abducted, you put your mother through it. A mother does not want to feel that level of uncertainty because that child is a piece of that mother. That child is more of that mother's self than that mother is herself. So for a mama to be sitting up for 2 days, worried, you can't eat, she can't sleep. You got people in your house probably ask you a million fucking questions. And you somewhere just willy-nilly, it's gonna come out. It's going, and I don't want to sit here and be like, I hope she was abducted, but because then we'll know it's the truth. But the shit ain't mathing. It ain't adding up. And it's a shame. Because if this isn't the truth, it makes it bad for the next young lady who comes up missing. Especially the next young lady of color who comes up missing.
Exactly.
And that's what it is.
That's sad.
I'm sure they have cameras around. Can you read that, baby?
Yeah. It says,
thank you, sir.
I'm sure. Okay, put it up. I'm sure they have cameras around. She called the cops and then disappeared. Where was the baby when the cops arrived? Very puzzling.
Well, they said that she was on the phone with her brother's girlfriend. The brother's girlfriend heard her scream, and then all she heard was the sounds of vehicles on an expressway.
So my question to you, Roxy, is If this was a hoax or is a hoax, do you think that it was done with a planned intent, or do you think it was done like off the cuff? Do you think she just like had a freak out? I was like, you know what? I'm gonna park this car right here and go off with my man, or do you think she was like, you know what? Was planning on doing it all night long. I was like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go in here. I'm just gonna leave my car here, or you think she did it in 5 minutes and was like, I'm gonna drop this and go, or you think she was planning on doing it all night long, or for a week or 2 days, or what you think happened?
Most good plans are thought through.
Okay, so you think she thought through the whole
This, yeah, I think this was just like some off the cuff shit. She might have been, she had a lot going on. I think her brain might have been all over the place. I don't think she thought this plan through. She's still young. Uh-oh, y'all. She's still young. Okay, I just heard tires screeching and the police. She's still young, and I think that her probably seeing her family pleading on social media, I think that prompted her just to go home.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if, they found her purse in the car, because they will. When you turn up missing, one of the first things they do is they check to see if your credit card or your credit cards or your ATM card has been used. And if it has been used, they'll go to the bank and they'll ask nicely first, like, hey, can we look at your video camera from the ATM? If they say no, then they go get a subpoena and they get a search warrant signed, and then they bring that back to the bank and be like, now you're gonna show us. And that's when that's how they do that. But I'm sure that they looked into those things, because those credit cards and whatnot are usually like some of the first things they look into to see if there was any action. Okay, right. Hold on. Go missing and just disappear. And it's not that's it's that it happens all the time. There are some people who literally just walk away, and you don't hear from them ever again. Like there was some woman who had been missing, and they literally found her in Puerto Rico. She'd been missing from here in the United States for 17 years, and she was grown when she left. She had a husband.
So y'all think that she was really planning on just disappearing with this dude, and just like she was just going to get away with it for real?
I don't think that was the case. I think that whoever buddy was at the hotel, that wasn't the boyfriend. The boyfriend was the one doing pleas and stuff on video. Or he came out and said something. Unless it was the boyfriend at the hotel. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? But I don't know. You just don't know. But there's certain things that you kind of sort of just like do know. I'm the same way when it comes to my children. If they don't pick up the phone, I will call them back to back. Girl, and let me give you a few more. Back to back to back to back. I will video call you. I will text you. And you don't answer. We gonna have problems. I can't rest easy not knowing where my children are. Yeah. Exactly. The boyfriend said he had no parts in her going missing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then if the story is true that she got a baby by somebody else, then Maybe that's who she was at the Hody with.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you don't make your mama worry like that.
Unless she's one of those people that don't care and was planning on disappearing for a long time.
First of all, LaVon, this a 20-some-year-old girl. She probably ain't saved enough money. When you want to disappear, you got to have a thing called disappear money.
Well, that's why I'm leaning on the side of this was not a thought out plan and it was more of an anxiety attack, or maybe it was drinking or something of like, oh my gosh, I got caught for stealing at my job. My life is over. My whole family's going to find out. Let me make up some story. I don't know what I'm going to do. Let me just disappear for a few days. I'm going to figure out when I figure it out. And then after maybe I don't know her, but maybe she drank for 2 days or smoked for 2 days or did whatever. And then when she came down and sobered up, was like, fuck, now I got to go back to real life. And now she's coming back to real life. And now she got to deal with what she did, which was just.
Well, the question is, Kiki put it in there that she was, allegedly suspected of stealing, air quotes. Were they going to prosecute her?
Well, they already fired her. Well, that's another question.
I mean, you can get fired and still get prosecuted.
Yeah. It could be more coming. That's true.
Was she in that, wherever she was working, was she stealing Schedule 1 narcotics? Schedule 1 narcotics are things like Percocet, Vicodin, Tylenol 3 with codeine, oxycodone. Money.
Was she doing the drugs? Yes.
She probably wasn't doing them. She might have been giving them to the 17-year-old and he might have been selling them.
Exactly. That too. I mean, if she's seeing babies on the side of the road, she could have been doing them.
Look, I done gave birth to 7 kids and they have given me Vicodin. They done gave me Percocet for pain because I had cesareans. They done gave me Tylenol 3s. They done gave me actual like IV level fentanyl during surgery. And guess what? I ain't never seen
babies on the side of the road.
Never, no. Only baby I actually seen was the baby that the doctor brought from my gut. Come on out in this world, little baby. That's the only baby I ever seen. I ain't never seen nothing crawling on the walls and nothing. And I know I was higher than giraffe pussy. And I ain't never seen shit. It's not washing with me. It's not washing. We have to wait to see. But my mother wit. And you ladies in this chat, if you are a mother, you all know what the fuck mother wit is. Mother wit is something daddies don't have. They don't possess it. God did not bestow that on them. Mother wit. My mother wit something ain't sitting right with me. The same way that whole Jussie Smollett shit was. It didn't sit right.
Yeah.
It just didn't. And when people do weird shit, it just does not affect them. It affects the people you care about. And then people who are complete strangers who worry, like, damn, I hope this baby come home. And that's what I was saying. I hope this child come home.
That's true.
Oh, I'm praying for her mother. I'm praying for her. I'm praying for her family. God, wherever this baby is, let her come home. Keep that child covered.
It's very real. I mean, look what just happened to Shanquella's.
I mean, she went out the country with a bunch of weirdos who didn't like her in the first place.
But we still haven't found resolve to that. And people are still free. You know, and that was a whole big social media mess, and everybody was very upset. And people were saying we ain't gonna stop until we get justice. And look what happened. They still free. So it's very, very realistic that people could get unalived and us not have justice. So let's not pretend that this don't happen.
Right. But that child went there and she lost her life. Fortunately, this young lady is still amongst the living. She's still here.
Mm-hmm.
There still aren't any answers as to what happened. No one's being prosecuted. No one's being held accountable for what happened to Shanquella. If this had happened within the United States at a vacation area, they would have been prosecuted. But if there is no concrete conspiracy that they were going to, boop 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 her once you got there, who knows what happened. I feel bad for her family. I feel bad for the loss of young life. That's why, especially traveling abroad, you gotta really be cool with it's only a handful of people that I would travel abroad with. Levon, you being one of them. I'm not traveling abroad with just anybody.
Mm-hmm.
No, because laws and shit is different in different places. And then laws don't be the same for people
Exactly.
of color. Natalie Hollowell came up missing. They searched and searched and searched and searched and searched and searched and searched for that child. Never found her. But Warren Vandersloot ended up Emming another woman. They got him for her M, but not for the M of Natalie Hollowell, because there was no evidence to support that he actually did it, other than him just being seen with her. Different places, they don't fuck with us in our color.
You ever seen that show, Arrested and Abroad?
Ooh, you better.
I watched that show.
Hold on, Levon. Let me take a little sip because you made the hair stand up on my arms, baby. Hold on.
Take it. If y'all haven't seen that show, watch it.
Ooh. He ain't lying. Levon, please give everybody a breakdown of this show.
Okay, so that show is called Arrested and Abroad. It's about American people who do maybe even a small crime or something, but they get arrested for whatever reason abroad in whatever country. Sometimes it's Russia, sometimes it's Mexico, sometimes it's whatever the hell it is. But it's their story getting arrested, and sometimes they don't come back. And it's a reality show. And it's their stories about what happens. And let me tell you something.
Well, it's not really a reality. It's more of like a documentary.
Yeah, it's more
and they do like the replays using actors of what happened.
Yeah.
But don't get locked up. Look, for those of you who have not traveled abroad, find out what the laws are in other countries. Okay, find out, because you could get yourself in a jam in another country. I don't take shit, but I don't bring shit. And the only thing I take with me, I bring back to the United States when I leave the country, is what I done bought in the duty-free shop.
Mm-hmm.
I buy the shit at the duty-free shop. I won't even, I might get a keychain or something at the resort or hotel I'm staying. But everything else, I buy at the duty-free shop. I'm not trying to be locked up.
And somebody over there in another country tell you something like, oh, you want to buy this or do something like, take this little money from me or go over here or something like this. They will trick you into something. You end up buying a little something off the side of the road or going somewhere to somebody who look a little bit suspicious. You end up in prison for years.
And see, those places like that, especially like certain countries, I'm not going to say the names of those countries, they want, like, you can get out, but they want you to pay. You
Right.
know, they want you to pay to get these people out. Now, in the case of the young basketball playing lady, Brittany Griner, that was more some political shit. That was political. But certain countries, you fuck up, they be done charged your ass $200,000-$300,000 to get a person. Yes, especially in Mexico. They be done charge you a shit ton of money. Do you realize 1,000 American dollars can sustain a family of like 7 for a minute in a country where the American dollar is more than what their money is?
Right. And sometimes it's not even like for a crime that you don't even think is a crime. You go over there thinking like, oh, I'm getting a good deal on this little bit of jewelry. Let me go over here and spend this little bit of money. You come back and try and get that over customs, you end up in prison for years over some bullshit. You go over there with a little bit of weed or even some like plants or some stuff. You try and bring back over and they find it in your bag. Anything. And
no.
And you think saying, oh, but I'm an American is going to get you away? They laugh in your face and be like, we don't care. That pisses them off. That pisses them off. They love when you say that. Oh, but I'm an American. They love when you say that. That makes them mad and put you in jail even longer.
And they, you know, that's why when traveling abroad, non-Japan, I was stationed there for 8 years. Well, that's different. And I've been to Japan, and culturally, Miss Debbie, Japan is very different. It's extremely clean. They actually follow like the rules. Like when that's oh, why are they driving so fast? When that sign say don't walk, you're not supposed to walk. Like it's very mechanical when it comes to, you can't even chew gum in public there. You could chew gum in your house. Yeah, you can't chew gum in public. They streets are clean. They're clean.
You got arrested?
I don't know. Shit, I wasn't gonna find out.
Right, I know that's right.
When I first went to Japan, I went with my first husband. And we had a guy with us who was basically a translator. He was Japanese. This man asked him to write down on a piece of paper in Japanese, because I didn't know what he asked him to write, because I wasn't in the room when he wrote it. But once we got outside and start walking around, he whips this piece of paper out and he's holding it, and they're walking past, and the Japanese are they don't like ha ha ha, they don't laugh like that. They're like, especially the women, they cover their mouths and things like that. Mm-hmm. He's walking around holding this sign, and I'm seeing women like, you know, laughing and people, and I'm just like, what does this sign say? This motherfucker had this boy write, where can I buy weed? I'm like, if you don't throw that shit away, why would you do that? I was like, wait till you go to the show tonight. I'm sure the promoters will have some weed for you. Why would you do that? We in a foreign country. Nigga, if you get locked up, you get locked up alone. I'm going back to the States. We got kids back at the crib. You better find your weed when we get back to the States. You better hope the promoters have it. Don't be walking around holding a sign like a homeless person. You know, where can I buy weed?
Did you watch The Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip season 3? Well, they went to Thailand, and weed is, I watched it, right? Weed is legal in Thailand, but I guess they got certain laws, right? So they was in the weed shop in Thailand, and they had their little assistant there, I guess like to guide them around, tell them what to do. So as they was buying their weed there, he was telling them, he was like, listen, you could smoke it, but you got to finish everything in this shop. You cannot take anything outside of this little area right here. Don't take nothing out of here, don't bring it out of here, or whatever. And they was like, yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. So they smoked their little shit, they took their elbows, whatever. Do you know these girls brought some of that shit back to the house and was smoking it inside the house in Thailand? Yes. And they was because behind the scenes or whatever, Candace was like, oh, we can smoke it. And the other girls was like, nah, you ain't hear what you said? We can't do it on camera. And she was like, whatever. And then they had to cut the cameras off.
See, people play too much.
Exactly. So they could have gotten arrested in Thailand.
It's just like in Amsterdam. You can go to Amsterdam and they call them cafes. And you can go in there and buy weed and just a plethora. You can go in there and smoke it. You know, it's so strange. Just European, like out of the country stuff. In relation to things within the United States, like Amsterdam, they had their weed area. They had their cafes. Then they had, like, they call it the red light, a blue light district, where like prostitution was just like so legal. And then they had a whole area where if you was a drug addict, that's where you live.
Oh.
And they helped you. It's different. Your European shit is just different, you know. But these people be playing with these other countries. Don't be playing with these countries. You know, go have a good time. You know, and don't break their laws and respect their customs. You know. Like, I knew going to Japan, because the first time I ever went to Japan was Craig's first time going to Japan. And he didn't know about the taking off of the shoes. You know, and I'm like, you got to take off your shoes. You know, and there was like the hot, this thing is called a soaking tub. It's not a bathing tub. It's just like a big ass, look like a cauldron of hot water. And you're supposed to soak in it. You know, the Japanese customs is wild, but I mean, I could visit Japan. My kids want to go back. My kids want, like, all 7 of them want to go, like a trip with me and all 7 of them to Japan. I don't think I can make it with all of them because they would drive me crazy, and I probably would be in a jail in Japan. You know, y'all see me on the news over here and I'd be like, konnichiwa, bitches, I had to do it. You know, I don't want that, you know, but, you know, Craig didn't know certain things. And only reason why I knew about Japanese custom, dead ass serious. I don't know if you've seen those pictures that I posted of me in high school. Lavon? I posted these, but you got to go look at my page. I posted some pictures of me in high school. It was 4 girls to a room. One of my roommates was from Japan. Her name was Emiko Futara. And she is the reason that I learned about Japanese customs. She's the reason. Her father used to work for Sony when she came to, when we were roommates. We had the nicest fucking TV. We had the nicest TV. We had the nicest stereo. And her father used to send her sake. And she had a warmer. And she had a tea kettle. And she would put the sake in the tea kettle. And she would set it on the warmer. And our RAs, our residential advisors, one's name was Marsha and Dina. They didn't know it was sake. They thought it was fucking tea because she kept it on a warmer in a teapot. We used to be in that room creased.
Yeah.
Friday, we knew we didn't have to go to school. Saturday, and it's a Catholic all girls boarding school. We be fucked up Friday night. You know, we be fucked up. We were able to watch. You know, you couldn't have cable in your room, but you know, we had movies, a lot of VCR movies, and you know, we our room was like the shit. You know, we had the room. It was two girls' beds on two beds on this side, two beds on that side. What we decided to do was we put all four beds on one side and made the other side into like a living room. Like we put our money together and
Yeah, I
bought
remember
a
college life.
bought a couch and had our TV, and we had sake in our room, and we had a good time. But thanks to Emiko, I would not have known anything about. Oh, look what Debbie said. Please don't get caught with weed in Japan or China. Hot sake works quicker at room temp. Well, she used to like give us the warm. I don't know. I just took it how she was giving it to us. But yeah, that's why I was so worried, because he was walking around holding his sign, you know, and I was just like, at first I didn't know. I thought maybe he was like holding up a sign saying, "Hi, I'm Craig Mack from the United States," or something like that. Where can I find weed? I was like, I just snatched it. I was like, what are you doing?
That is so ridiculous.
Doing? And then, you know, they got it's just clean. Like how it looks on TV, like I guess you can consider it like their downtown section. It's clean.
Not like here.
Like you don't even see an oil spot on the ground.
And that's
Like, you know how the white crossy lines? You know how ours get like weathered and dirty looking?
yeah.
They should be white all the time. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, I went to McDonald's. I spent $20 American in 1994 for like a Big Mac or a cheeseburger, order fries and a Coke. But then, you know, their restaurants, they might have some American food, but their McDonald's has like Japanese foods. You go to different McDonald's in other parts of the world, they have their foods in there, and it's really dope.
Yeah.
Now, Chicago is, in fact, headquarters of the McDonald Corporation. And right down the street from my house, there is a place called McDonald U. And that is where McDonald's headquarters is. And they have, within the office building on the ground floor level, they have different McDonald's foods from different parts of the world. I have yet to go there. I think, yeah, my husband's been there. I think Maddie took her little butt down there, but Aston and I have not been there. And we were just the other day talking about, yeah, we got to go in there because they have like foods from McDonald's in France and foods from McDonald's here. And it, you know, just to see how other cultures live, you know, no parole system over there.
Just came out. It's a burger. I think they said it was in China. It's a burger with none.
Wow, Debbie was in Japan a long time. 77 to 84.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice amount of time.
I think
that's a nice.
Out with the cheeseburger, that's none but 20 pieces of cheese.
Wait, what?
McDonald's just came out with a cheeseburger that's 20 pieces of cheese, and that's it.
You got that's probably just a joke.
No, I'm serious.
Did you see that at McDonald's where you at?
No, it's in another country.
Oh, that's just too much cheese.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be constipated.
And that's it. It's the cheese and ketchup.
Now, you know, the other day I wanted to share this. And I love, we were just kind of not texting, but within the chat. So Debonair had posted like a TikTok of this guy who was talking about like he didn't like Paris.
Wow.
You know, and oh, you was in the Navy for 24 years. Well, Miss Debbie Green,
that's awesome.
Thank you for your service to this country.
and God bless you. And I appreciate you because you was out there in those waters doing those Westpac. The Navy got this thing called a Westpac. Either they gone for 6 weeks or 6 months, but they be on those motherfucking aircraft carriers forever. My uncle was in the Navy, and he told me that they could park those motherfuckers in the middle of the ocean, and they got doors and shit that's closer to the water. These like the aircraft carriers, and they can open them up, and they would swim in the ocean. And with the submarines, they be under the water, like doo, doo, doo. But then the motherfuckers would come up and they could open hatches and motherfuckers would come out and be sitting on top of the submarines swimming in the fucking ocean. Before I leave this earth, I need to see an aircraft carrier up close because I see them on TV. And I be asking my husband because he done during a deployment, he was on one briefly. I was like, well, how big are they? Because you can land a plane on that motherfucker. They can keep 100 airplanes on one aircraft carrier. It's like a floating city. I gotta see one. That's Debbie, good. Thank you so much. 6 months in the Indian Ocean. Whoa. See, thank you so much. See, that's so dope because I don't have the fortitude or the patience to do it, but God blessed us with people like you, many other service members, my husband. Thank you so much. My deepest gratitude for the time that you put in with this country and protecting this country.
That's awesome.
Now, what was I saying? What was I saying, Levon?
Oh, we was talking about the different cheeseburgers and the different stuff at McDonald's.
Okay, but we already say something else.
Oh, I just brought up that there was one that had 12 different pieces of cheese.
Yeah, but that 12 pieces of cheese really fucked me up. Maybe that's, between that and the little Tito's, a bitch can't think.
And then before that, you were saying that there was a McDonald's U that had.
Okay, that was a long time ago conversation. No, but anyway, back the whole bunch of cheese thing is gross.
Yeah, you want me to send you a picture of it?
Oh, that's what. Yes, send a picture in my DM. That's all I was talking about. So, Soul Debonair had posted, and the guy was talking about how he hated Paris and the real about Paris. Yes, and I do. Me and Soul Deb, we chatted within, underneath the video, and it was very respectful. And I just basically was just like, I love Paris, but I do know that what people see on TV don't be like, it is like dirty, but it ain't like dirty. You know what I mean? But the thing about it was the guy whose video Deb posted, dude was like, and it ain't nothing to do here, and the food is mid. And I'm just like, it's a lot to do in Paris.
I'm sure there is.
Like, did you go to the Louvre? Yeah, okay. You can go to the Louvre, but did you go to well, depending on when you went, he went there, Notre Dame before it had that bad fire. You can visit the catacombs. What else is there to do? The catacombs. That was deep and scary. The catacombs. What else? Other than the Eiffel Tower, like there's things to do there, right. And my thing was like, that young man must not had enough money to really do Paris. Don't do Paris if you can't do Paris.
Well, I'm sure there's free stuff to do too now.
What?
I'm sure there's free stuff to do as well.
No? Let me answer you like a Parisian. Huh?
Like free parks and nothing. Like no free.
Wait, what?
Well, down here, most of the museums are free. In Paris, the museums ain't free.
I don't remember. It's been a minute since I've been in Paris, and if they are, they are. But he said the food was mid, And I am a Parisian food loving motherfucker. Oh, that's like soul food. First soul food, then French food, then Mexican food. Those is my top three. Like all the rest of the foods, I respect them. But those are the foods that I can live off of. I love French food. And for him to for the young man who made the video was like the food is just mid. That kind of made me feel like
It offended you.
yes, highly. I was
Yeah.
just like, you don't have a diverse palate. You know, have you really ever sat and ate some cocoa vin
Did he mention any,
with a French baguette? You know, with sweet cream, French butter.
did he mention any food in specifically, or he just said the food in general?
He just said the food was mid, and he said Paris is dirty, and he said there's a cafe everywhere, which he was not lying. Like
So
you
it's like
can't,
the cafe everywhere. That seems very damn convenient to me.
and you know, it's like the thing I love about France is like you can smell the bread in the morning because they make fresh baguettes. You know, you can be walking, you could be perusing the streets of Paris and land in Le Fromage, which is cheese store, and you can like sample cheeses, you know, you know, I that's just like that place is my schnick. You know, that's a really me place. I like Paris, but if I had to live in one place in France, it would be Provence. I could do Provence. It's a even more me place. You know, I like I just like Paris. You know, people be like, oh, the people in Paris are mean, and
All right.
they're not so much mean. They're just French. They're French, and you know, they want you to know things about, like, learn things before you go there. You know, fuck, Princess, a little known fact that people might not know, Princess speaks Spanish fluently, and she says she has to brush up on her French. But she would do well in a place like that, like as a tourist. You know, it's I love Paris. I like Italy. Um,
I've never been. My friend said that when he went, the only thing that annoyed him was that everybody was smoking while you could eat, like smoking cigarettes and eating at the same time.
but you know, I smoke cigarettes, so that cigarettes and wine. That shit's right. Not the wine though. I don't like wine. I fuck with champagne the long way. But you know, like caviar and bellinis. You know, with creme fraiche and
I do
chopped chopped egg and
my ex
finely
caviar.
chopped. You what?
My ex boyfriend got me to caviar. Caviar is good.
Levon, hold it down. Hold it down. Bitch gotta go. I got. Hold on.
Well, while she gone, nah, I never been to Paris, or France. None of them European countries. I haven't really traveled anywhere over there. Only places I really have been traveling is, well, where have I been? To Trinidad, of course, because that's where I'm from. I've been to Jamaica. My sister's been to China, who she said that she loved. She studied over there abroad. She said that they love Black people over there. So that's some place that I would want to go. She did not like the food there, however, but she wasn't staying there, in a fancy hotel. She stayed there with the host family. She said that she didn't like the way that they was cooking. That's what she just said. She said personally that she didn't like the way that they was cooking. The assa, for example, what you want for dinner. It's pork fine. She said, "Yeah, I eat pork," and then she came home and there was a big ass pig on the table, and she said they left it there all day, and then she didn't want to eat it, and then they got mad. So that's what she said.
What happened with a pig on the table? No, I went to set my alarm and say hi to my husband.
So she said she lost a lot of weight when she went to go study abroad in China, and she was there for 2 months because she said she didn't like the food.
Where was she?
She said she went to China.
Oh man, I ain't never been to China. Now I ain't been there, but I'm pretty sure.
She said she loved everything but the food. She said they treat black people very respectfully, but they put their hands on you too much. She said that they will come up to you and like touch you and like get up on your business, but they were like amazed to see black people. She said.
I never been to China, but you know, I watch. You know, I'm on social media a lot, and I follow a lot of food things. You know, and like some of their food just looks amazing. Like, and this is like authentic Chinese food. Like the place I go get my nails done, the lady who is the manager, she's like the head manager. Me and her are so cool. She came to Maddie's like graduation party and she bought Maddie a bottle of Chanel perfume. I was like, oh, class A, dead class A. Okay. So she brought Maddie a bottle of Chanel perfume. And when they have their Chinese New Year's, the next day when she comes to work, she brings me like 2 fucking plates of homemade Chinese food. And it tastes completely different than like the restaurant, because you can tell this was like made with love. Man, you know what food is really good?
What?
Filipino food.
You know, I don't think I ever had Filipino food.
Yo, they got this dish. It's called lumpia, and it's like a egg roll, but it's like smaller. It ain't all thick. It's like a thin egg roll, man. And they use a lot of fish sauce. And you dip it in the fish sauce, and you can mix like the fish sauce in or like a sweet and sour. And then they have another dish called pancit. And pancit is like rice with fish juice, man. And then they do a pig too, and it's called lechon, which is the same thing. Because, you know, Filipinos, a lot of them have like Spanish last names, and, you know, but lechon is the same as in Spanish. It's a pig, and they roast this pig, and the skin is like crispy. You know, I eat any food once.
Well, don't say that.
No, I will.
They put you on Fair Fact. They have you eat something weird.
Nah, you know what? I'm not gonna try no. I'm not gonna like eat no bugs. Like I ain't gonna eat no like beetles and no shit like that. I ain't fucking with no beetles. But I have had a grasshopper taco. And that was right here in the United States. Yeah. That's like a really big thing in Mexico. Like the grasshoppers, they like take these, I guess they're like fire roasted grasshoppers. And instead of using meat, they put the grasshopper in like the tortilla shell, and they put like cilantro and onion and add an authentic.
I haven't tasted grasshopper.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie.
Have you tasted alligator though?
Yeah.
What'd you think about that?
I love it. It tastes like chicken.
Ooh.
That's
alligator for the first time, I was like, yes, baby. Why don't they put people eat this more often? People be complaining about the alligator population. I'm like, put this in a regular grocery store. I'll buy this all the damn time. This is good.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna let you in on a itty bitty secret. There is a store here in Chicago. It's called the Wild Fork. WILDFORK. They sell alligator in there. But what you can do, LaVon, you can Google and you can actually, they will ship you alligator, uncooked, cut up. You let that shit unthaw, okay? Unthaw it inside a container. Take it out the packaging that it came in, like the plastic packaging, and put it in a container with some buttermilk and let it sit in that buttermilk for about a day. And then you take that alligator out and you rinse all the excess buttermilk off, right? You pat it dry, you season it with some Old Bay, and then you do a light egg wash. You know, not an egg. Well, not yeah, it's like a no egg wash or something that's on top. You do a little egg and you bread it with some flour, cornstarch, Old Bay seasoning, all the seasoning you want. Put it in there, and then on a medium high heat, you put the alligator in a skillet and you fry it up just like little chicken nuggets. And you take them out, and then you take you some remoulade, nice cold remoulade, and you dip that alligator in that remoulade. Huh. You better stop playing. That's that Southern girl coming out real strong. But I know how to cook it. I know how to cook it.
I don't. I'll learn. Because when I tasted it that couple times, it was so good.
You can order it.
I was like, oh my gosh.
Can you fry chicken?
Of course.
Then you can fry alligator.
Okay.
It's very easy. You can Google it. Google where you can buy uncooked fresh alligator. And you get it home, and you buttermilk is always the key. People don't be thinking about it. Buttermilk is the key. It tenderizes stuff and it just makes it better. And you do that alligator, you fry it just like you fry chicken.
Huh.
Watch out for the what? What? Watch out for in the Philippines. Oh, what? What? I heard they got a lot of little pickpocket kids there. And they'll steal your wallet and you be chasing them and they'll throw it to another shorty. He'll get low on you. You'll never have your shit again. That's why I always tell people when traveling abroad, always buy the passport, the book, and the passport card. You leave your passport book in the hotel in your safe or someplace where you feel that it's going to be safe. And you go with your passport card only, not your driver's license, not your state issued ID, just your passport card. Because even if they steal your wallet and you still got your passport book, because you need that book to get stamped to get back in the country. Yes. But I mean, do you like chitlins, Levon?
Oh, not really. I guess it depends on how they cooked.
I cook a mean chitlin.
Okay. I'll try now.
What is your favorite food?
My favorite food of all time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I guess I have to say I love a good Thanksgiving meal. So I like a good, nice fried chicken with macaroni and cheese, shrimp.
Okay.
Lobster. I like seafood.
Okay, if you could have one meal right now, what would that one meal be? A complete meal.
Ooh. Right now. Let me get some lobster tail right now.
Okay.
With some asparagus, some macaroni and cheese.
Okay.
And some loaded mashed potatoes. That sounds good.
Okay, that sounds good.
That's a lot of carbs.
But it sounds so delicious, and a bitch so hungry right now. I ate a double cheese. I ate a Whopper. Aston bought me not a Whopper, a quarter pounder today. But also in the chat, what would be a meal that you could eat right now? Me personally, I could do smothered pork chops
Mm.
with rice, some cabbage, and a side of hot water cornbread. You don't eat meat, you love salad. Okay, what's your favorite salad, Miss Debbie? You know, we just us meat and fish eating people. You eat, you alive, baby. What's your favorite salad? You know, what do you put toppers in your salad? What? And I love a good salad.
I do too. I like a nice Cobb salad, but I do have to add meat to it.
Yeah. You know what I like to do? I like to take like when I go to Whole Food and they have this salad, they have their salad bar. I like to use the mixed greens,
Mhm.
and they have like this roasted chicken, and I put like chicken on it. I like croutons. I might put some sunflower seeds in mine, you know, the already shelled sunflower seeds. Um I like raw I like sun dried tomatoes. Um I like egg in my salad. I like black olives. But okay, here we go. Oh, that's right. You did make pork chops and cabbage yesterday. God damn you. Oh, and I'm saying pork chops, and Princess made pork chops yesterday because I last time I talked to Princess yesterday, she was going in the house to make pork chops and cabbage. I was jealous then, and I'm jealous now. I said it. Okay, what is your favorite salad dressing?
Balsamic vinaigrette. I like that.
I love balsamic vinegar on a salad, but I'm the type of person I would put blue cheese and balsamic vinegar on it. I love blue cheese dressing. I love blue cheese.
He's good. And I like to have like a nice spinach salad with just like plain with salt and pepper. Nice and fresh. That's what I like.
What, like baby spinach?
Uh-huh.
With just salt and pepper, nothing else?
Mm-hmm. I'll eat that by itself.
I don't know. You think I'm drizzling no balsamic vinegar on it? This shit just kind of sound dry, Levon.
Sometimes I like it just like salt and pepper by itself. Or I put a little bit of balsamic vinaigrette, but sometimes I'll eat that by itself. And it's nice and
Now
fresh.
I need some salad. I need some vinegar on my shit. I just can't just yeah.
Like
What,
regular spinach, but they spinach by itself is good.
nah, I need some pizzazz on that shit. You know, I like blue cheese is my favorite, and I like the balsamic glaze. Now I have this balsamic glaze that I use when I do make a salad. Man, I can smash, but I use so much of the balsamic because I love the taste of balsamic vinegar. But you know what balsamic vinegar tastes really good with?
What? Salmon?
Strawberries.
Oh yeah, dude. You know, they have that.
Where? Well, y'all got everything out there. We might not have you might be able to get some strawberries, but you would have to put the balsamic vinegar on it. I love balsamic vinegar and strawberries. And I love a good caprese salad
Mm-hmm.
with balsamic vinegar. But I want to know more. Okay, she said cob, spinach, cauliflower, oil, and vinegar. Okay, I can fuck with that. That sounds delicious. Hold on, let me put Princess's up here first and let her sit. Then we're gonna put yours up there. But what's in a cob salad? I like a good Caesar salad.
I think a Cobb salad is blue cheese crumbles, if I remember right, and tomatoes, and what else? Blue cheese crumbles, baked tomatoes, and something else, if I remember correct. I used to work in a restaurant. I should years ago, so I should remember this. I think that's what our Cobb salad had. It was
There was this restaurant here in Chicago. It was at the Fairmont Hotel. It's closed, but it was called Entre Nous. And they would do your Caesar salad table side,
mhm.
fresh. And I did not know, like I was younger. I was probably in my late teens. I went with my mother and my god brother, and I didn't know that they used egg and something else in it. Like, but I mean, it was good. But see, I I don't like lightly coated lettuce and shit. I need my shit drenched in blue cheese. I want to see nothing but dressing on top of it. But what I want to know is, please tell me your caviar story, because I got up to go leave and you said, something about caviar. You said your ex introduced you to caviar.
Yeah, because he used to always have it. It wasn't really a story. It's just he used to always have it in the apartment, and I never really tasted it really until him. So when we used to date,
So what made, like, what led up to you tasting it? Like, did he come out? He had some on a plate, or like, what did he say? And I want to know. I'm very nosy when it comes down to food.
yeah. So I was in his apartment, and he was like, "Hey, Lamont, you ever had caviar before?" And I was like, "Yeah, I tasted it before," but then he was like, "What did you think?" And I was like, "It was all right." And then he was like, "Well, have you ever had my caviar?"
I know that's right.
And I was
He
like, well,
must have had some beluga or something.
yeah. I was like, "Well, obviously not." And he's like, "Well, I had the good kind, so I want you to taste mine and let me know what you think." So I was like, "Yeah, sure, fine, whatever." So he took it out the fridge and he put it on a little Ritz cracker. I don't even remember the kind it was. I wish I would have taken a picture. But I tasted it, and it was actually really, really good and better than the con that I had. And I was like, well, damn, this is really good. And I was like, let me get some more. So I took it and I put a little too much on the cracker. And he was like, you can't be taking it out like that. It's really expensive. You got to put a little, he told me how to do it. Because I thought you can just like put it like jelly. You know what I mean? Take like a big
I mean, if he wasn't being stingy with the caviar, you can eat it like that. I'm gonna wait till I get Maddie back to school and do what we have to do as far as making sure that first semester's paid. And when I get back, I'm gonna treat myself to some creme bellinis, they look like little tiny pancakes. Bellinis, creme fraiche, caviar, and I'm gonna eat that and have me a whole bottle of champagne. I'm gonna lay in my bed and watch Law and Order. I love caviar.
It's really
But
good. Never had it.
but like I went to I was in Russia years and years ago, and that's probably the best caviar I ever had in my life. And they do caviar and vodka. Baby, I was like, oh, that's Vandanya. I'm liking this. I but I grew up eating caviar. You know what I mean? So, a lot of people. What bothers me? I respect people who are vegan or pescatarian, or whatever. You don't fuck with pork. Okay, I'm cool with you. I still gonna love you. It's the people who will eat a chitlin or a hog maw or a motherfucking pig ear. And then when I'm eating some caviar, girl, that's nasty. Have you tasted it? No, I ain't gonna taste that. But if I make a pot of chitlins, you the first bitch over here with your own plate. Girl, I can't stay. You can just give me a few chitlins so I can get on home. What? Okay, this girl is jogging. I don't like how she jogging. She like trotting like a horse. It just made me uncomfortable. But at least try something once. Like, I'm not gonna eat like I said, I'm not gonna fuck with eating no beetles, no scorpions. I did try the grasshoppers. I've tried some foods. I've tried some shit. I done ate possum. I done ate squirrel, but that was down in Mississippi, and they be on that shit down there.
How'd that taste?
Like chicken.
Both of them taste like chicken?
Rabbit tastes like chicken. I guess
I've had rabbit before.
it's how you prepare it. It's like now I made rabbit, and I didn't tell my husband or the kids. Oh, you allergic to tomatoes? You like fruit? Okay. You eat a lot of asparagus. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, Levon, I'm gonna put this up here. You're gonna have to read it yourself.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Wait. Oh, what is wrong with you, Debbie? You trying to kill me today? Okay, go ahead and read it. I'll be quiet.
Miss Debbie Green says, allergic to tomatoes. I like fruit salads. You can mix it up to your liking. I eat lots of rice and asparagus. Hate collard greens and cornbread. Macaroni and cheese. But I put celery and onions. You okay over there? You don't put celery and onions in your macaroni and cheese.
It's not the macaroni and cheese. I can deal with the macaroni and cheese and putting celery in it because she is she doesn't eat meat. So she puts some celery in it. I'm sure it's cooked down. And onion, yeah, I put onion in a macaroni that I did before, but it was like a seafood macaroni. I can respect that. Look, Deb. Listen, Deb.
What happened?
You're loved over here, Deb, at the Lady Lounge. And girl, you just touched my heart, and you touched it, and then you just snatched that motherfucker out my chest. Collard greens. When I do greens, I do mustard, turnip, and collards all together. And then she said, and cornbread. She don't like cornbread. But I still love you, Debbie. I'm not gonna hold that against you, sister. I'm not. How you not like cornbread? Like cornbread is fat. But those your taste buds. I'm not, girl. I'm God. I love you, Debbie. I love you, sister Debbie. I know you don't care for greens, but when we went to that fancy soul food restaurant, you ate those greens. Okay. Princess, I don't care for greens. And when Princess told me that the first time, I think we were talking about food on the phone. I'm listening and talking, and she was like, and I really don't like greens. I remember I pulled the phone, like, I don't know if I need to, I don't know if we need to be greens, because I cook a lot of greens. Macaroni and cheese and celery and onions, good. I mean, I believe you. As long as you sauteed those, I can understand you incorporating that in there because you are, you don't eat meat. I could understand that because you don't eat meat. So I could understand that. But the greens, Debbie, you broke my heart. You broke my heart.
People don't like greens. I like greens.
Let me tell you something. I have made greens for people who were just like, I don't fuck with greens like that. And they actually tasted my greens. And one of the highest compliments for me, for a person who don't fuck with something, and I literally force them to taste my food, they always be like, okay, well, I'll eat yours, but I won't eat anyone else's greens. But I take time with my greens. Levon, my greens be so good. Oh, they be so good. It's methods to that shit. Like when I don't boil my greens in water, first of all. I get my smoked turkey meat. I get turkey wings. I get turkey tails, and I get maybe a smoked turkey drumstick, and I take it's bouillon, but it's powdered bouillon. What collard greens? No, they don't. My house, they don't funk up my house, baby. And I take that smoked meat and I boil it in the water. I take water, but I make a broth with the bouillon, and then I boil that meat, that smoked meat, for hours and hours. And when I see that meat is fall off the bone, I take it out. I put it on like a you don't like Millie Foods. I respect that. Thank you for letting me know that. I take it, I let the meat cool, and then I had already washed my greens, and then I start putting my greens in, and the water's still bubbling, and I put some in, and it be this high, and then I let it cook down, and I put some more in, and then once that turkey meat has cooled, I take it apart. I take it apart, I debone it, I put that back in there. I add onion, and I take andouille sausage or smoked sausage, and I cut them, and I put that in there. And then, my other seasonings, I put other seasonings in that shit. Anytime I cook greens, I don't overdo it. I cook just enough greens where they eat the entire pot of greens be gone. And, and Maddie is funny. Maddie don't like everybody's greens. Maddie's like, "Mom, you gonna make some greens?" But I love to cook. That's one of the things. And I know how to cook.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a bona fide cook. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm the baddest motherfucker next to a chef. But my mama was a great cook. My grandmother was a great cook, and I feel like that's why I know how to cook. And now I don't bake, that's Princess area, but I do I do cook, and I make some mean fried chicken. I fried the craziest fish. Like, anytime I fry fish or chicken, there's never any left. And that's the mark for me, just the cooking. Like, when I don't have no whole bunch of leftovers to put away, and motherfuckers just be walking around the house like almost drowsy because the itis done kicked in so motherfucking hard. I'll be like, "Oh, my job here is done. I done threw the fuck down," but that's what I've always loved about traveling, is trying new foods. But like I said, I'm not gonna eat no like beetles and none of that type of shit.
Escargot when you went to Paris?
Oh, I love escargot. Oh my God, I love escargot.
How is that? Is that like salty, or is it?
No, it's not salty at all. Because when they make it, they make it in this dish, and it looks like a cast iron skillet with a bunch of little holes in it, and they basically put the escargot in the little hole, and they saturate it heavy with butter, garlic, and like white wine, and they pop it in the oven. They let it cook. They take it out. The shit be hot. It can be maybe slightly. If they're real rubbery, that means they're overcooked. It should just be a nice chew, like a medium well steak.
Oh, okay.
And it goes down very, very well. Do you like pâtés?
I do.
I love a good pâté. I love a good foie gras. I'm like, foie gras, if it's on the menu, I like your restaurant. I like foie gras with crackers, like a lingonberry jelly and shit like that, but I can go from some old high-end shit to eating a bag of pig skins. I run the gamut, and the people that I thank first and foremost for me having the diverse palate that I have
are my parents, because my mother cooked, and when my mother wouldn't cook, my father would take us to really awesome fucking restaurants, where my sisters and I could try different foods, so I could be like, at least I tried it and I know I don't like it. That's like, I hate okra. I hate okra. Like, okra for me is one of those things. Yes, yes, I do eat octopus. Yes, I do. You love red cabbage with spinach. I like red cabbage too. I have steamed regular green cabbage and red cabbage together, and it's turned out fabulously. But okra was one of those dishes that I remember just being a child and saying to myself, because my mother would force me to eat it. I hate this. And if I ever have kids, I'll never make my kids eat okra. But I've also been one of those parents that if my children taste something first and they say, I don't like this, mommy, I'm not going to be like, no, you're going to sit here and eat it the rest of the night. And you better clean. No, if you don't like it and you just taste it, like certain things, I'll let my kids taste first before I even put it on their plate. I just take a fork and be like, taste it. They're like, don't put any on my plate. Okra is good, especially with fried pineapple. So good. I love pineapple. I love grilled pineapple. There is no way you can fix okra that I'm gonna be able to fuck with it. I can't. I don't like it. And I remember my grandmother making okra, boiling it, and then boiling it again to because she would do something to draw the slime out of it. And my mama just would eat your okra, and I'd be like, why are you telling me? And it would be like 2 okras on the plate, no more. And I would be so mad. And I remember being a child, like literally, and she forced me to eat okra. And I remember I'm sitting at the table and I'm trying to eat it, and it was, I hate to say slimy balls. The slime and those little balls, I remember throwing up at the table, like right where I was sitting. And my mother was like, go to your room. And I remember walking past our housekeeper and she was like, what's wrong? I was like, she tried to make me eat okra and I threw up. And she cleaned it up. And my mother actually never made me try to eat okra. My mother at that point, she never forced me to eat anything that I didn't want to eat. And I made a conscious decision that as a parent, I would never force my children to eat anything. I would ask them to try it, because there are people in this world who will be like, same motherfuckers who say water nasty. What? Water nasty? Oh, your pee cloudy. Okay, I know what it is. At least try it once. If you don't like it, you don't have to commit to it for a lifetime. Right. But I don't fuck with okra at all. At all. I don't like okra, and I do not. Now, I eat some black-eyed peas, but I don't like black-eyed peas. Like, I'll have a spoonful for New Year's, but you won't catch me making a pot of black-eyed peas. I'll make any other bean with some rice and some smoked meat, but I'm not eating no motherfucking black-eyed peas. I just never liked them. Some water is nasty. Okay, Dasani water is nasty. Dasani water, it always tastes like it's been in somebody's car for a long time. You ever open up water that's been in a car? It's yours, but you might be driving somewhere. Okay, Princess, you're going to make me vomit. Suki's juice look like she don't drink water. Oh, Lord.
What?
Princess, you be busy, and you be doing your writing and doing other stuff in life. So apparently last week, some video surfaced of Miss Sukiana I don't know what she was doing because I didn't see the video. Princess told me about it, and she was doing some like squirting type thing. And when it came out, it supposedly looked like sewer water.
What?
Child. Yeah. It was like, I guess it was something she was doing during COVID and, trying to make ends meet. And it was like some sort of video. I couldn't see it, Princess. I hit the thing. I like mineral water too. And I also like alkaline water.
And I enjoy soda water the most. I drink so much soda water, it's ridiculous. I
like Perrier, and I like the other one, Perrier, and what's the other one? Come on, Lavon. The other sparkling water. It's the Italian one. Perrier is French, and it's gonna drive me crazy. Fuck, come on, Lavon.
Come on.
It's fuck. It's a sparkling water. Like you can get it at restaurants and shit too. Pellegrino.
Pellegrino.
I like Pellegrino too. San Pellegrino. Thank you so much, Princess. Pellegrino. But you know what? Pellegrino has a blood orange Pellegrino.
Just get a soda stream for your house and bottle it up for yourself and save you a lot of.
It saved me what, baby?
Money. A little soda stream. You know what soda stream is?
I know.
You don't like that? If you drink soda water, you get one for your house.
I'm not really into like flavor. I like the Pellegrino blood orange, but that's it. If I'm gonna drink sparkling water or whatever, it's gonna be like a Perrier or a Pellegrino. And the only time I would have Pellegrino is like if I cook a big dinner. Some people like to eat their food and then have a glass of like a Perrier or a Pellegrino to wash everything down, cleanse the palate, and have a good burp. You know what I mean? So I would have some on like in the kitchen on ice, maybe 1 or 2 bottles because it is refreshing, with the lemon wedge or something like that. But that blood orange Pellegrino is the fucking truth. And I was like, damn, this is nice. Flavored water is not good for your skin. I don't drink flavored water like that, no way.
So water's not good for your skin, really?
If Miss Debbie said it, shit, Miss Debbie probably the healthiest of all of us. Shit, Miss Debbie said flavored water ain't good for you. I don't fuck with. I just do regular like water with ice cubes because I'm in menopause, Debbie. So I have hot flashes. So a bitch be needing that nice cool water. I have a hot flash and I take a cool sip of water. I can feel it literally in my body. But I've never been big on I like if I'm eating a hamburger like at a restaurant, I want a Coca-Cola. The only soda that we have here are ginger ale, and we have water. But I mean, I grew up in a time of Tang. Love me some motherfucking Tang. I remember when I was a kid, I used to take the spoon and just dip it in the Tang and eat the Tang off the spoon. I mean, I don't know. I just
flavoring, whatever it's called, powder.
What, like Kool-Aid? What, like Kool-Aid?
Yeah, that they have the Gatorade now in the powder.
Oh, I hate Gatorade. Oh, I've hated Gatorade since the day it came out on the market.
Gatorade, I remember the first time tasting Gatorade, they only had one flavor. It was orange. No, it wasn't orange. It was that yellow. And my father brought it home because my dad played a lot of tennis. And I just tasted and I was just like, this is horrible. And I know that it's good, especially if you're doing shit where you're sweating. Ooh, if you're sweating and you're losing electrolytes and shit like that. I would drink a Pedialyte before I would drink a Gatorade. And I don't give a fuck what color. It could be the icy blue one. It could be the red fruit punch one. Gatorade tastes like sweat to me.
Oh, wow.
It tastes like sweat. It's absolutely, positively not the drink for me. It's the drink of people who can fuck with that shit. I know friends who have cases of Gatorade in their house. I'll be like, and they drink that shit. I'm like, okay. And you don't even work out. Why does this taste good? Help me understand. And Debbie said, I hear you. Those hot flashes are no joke. And they aren't. They aren't. But I have the best glass cup. Well, it's not a cup, it's a steel cup. There is ice in that cup right now. There will be that same ice in that cup tomorrow about 6:00 p.m. I don't know what magical shit is made with this cup. I think I gave Princess one of those cups. I think I did. I gave one to Princess. I got one. Maddie lost hers, or she lost the lid or some shit. I don't know, but it's the best cup I ever bought. And I bought it at Costco. I love good cold water because these hot flashes ain't no joke. Like I can be this dry right now and I'm sitting in front of a fan and 5 minutes from now, my whole head, my neck, in between my breasts, I feel like I'm on fire. In the wintertime, I have to sleep with the fan blowing directly on me. It is, it ain't no joke. Did you know alcohol increases hot flashes? Yes, Miss Debbie, yes. And it also decreases me choking the kids from time to time. So let me be happy. Let me be happy. But yeah, those hot flashes ain't no punk. And my doctor was like, oh, you can go to the hot flash specialist. I don't want to take any hormones. I'm just going to thug it out and just keep taking showers every day because it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. But that's really interesting because I did not know that flavored water is not good for the skin. Can you please, Debbie, let us know why flavored water and soda water is not good for the skin? Because it's not like I drink a lot of soda water. Like I said, I might have it at my home during like Thanksgiving or Christmas, but I don't. Or if I go out for dinner or something, it's depending on what type of restaurant it is, I might ask for a Pellegrino. I like a good Pellegrino to cleanse my palate, but I'm not one who just drinks flavored water.
I drink
it's just not my thing.
Every day. Like I said, like my little soda stream.
Black Cohosh tea. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. What's this black Cohosh tea for? My hot flash Princess. If you just now telling me about black Cohosh tea for hot flashes, and I've been suffering, sweating, and musty for all this time, you just ain't right. The acid causes acne. I drink ginger ale. I like a good ice cold ginger ale. Okay, and the only time I drink a Coca-Cola is if I go to a restaurant that has a really good hamburger. And Levon, when I say a really good hamburger, like a Kobe hamburger. Hey, Bamboo. Probably the sugar sweeteners. Okay, it's probably the sugar. Okay, yeah.
But
that's probably why.
Sweeteners by itself.
Because I have a girlfriend who washes her face in seltzer water. She buys the what is that, the 2 liters? And she washes her face in that.
Because when you
And
use
and,
sunscreen,
and her
it's just
skin looks fabulous. And it makes your teeth decay. I don't drink soda like that. I don't. These motherfuckers, these motherfuckers better not decay. But I don't drink soda like that. But I grew up in a house where, Coca-Cola was king.
well, I
There
know
was
that.
always Coca-Cola in my house.
But with
My
the soda,
mama drank Coca-Cola and my grandmother drank RC.
RC. Oh, RC. I know RC.
Yeah.
It's like a root beer, right? Almost like a root.
No, that's A&W. RC is just like a cola. It's a brown cola like Coca-Cola. But the shit was strong. It was like battery acid. It's strong
Okay.
as it's strong as fuck. And my grandmother would just be like, oh, okay, my cats have relocated underneath this chair. If they come out, I'll show you all the kittens. But I like ginger ale. But my sister put me on the other day, and I don't know if you guys might like it. Lemonade with lavender in it, with lavender syrup.
Well, that sounds good.
It was so freaking good. My grandmother in Jamaica always said sweets create acne. You know what, Debbie? I'm gonna tell you this. The reason why I believe you when you say your grandmama in Jamaica, that's all you had to say. Okay? Your grandmama in Jamaica. Growing up, we had a housekeeper, and she was from Jamaica, and her name was Hyacinth, and she was from Mandeville, and she is the reason that I love oxtails. She is the reason that I love carrot juice. She would make carrot juice fresh. She is the reason for so many things in my life, and I love her. So all you had to do is my grandmother, which in Jamaica, which means you have a Jamaican grandmother. She knows everything. I'm not questioning it. Okay, I believe you. My daddy used to clean his car. Yup, yup. I seen that on a TikTok where
Mhm.
a person took a Coca-Cola and around where your battery caps are in the car, if you pour Coca-Cola on it, it takes the little crud off of it. That's when I knew, I can only probably drink a Coca-Cola if I eat a hamburger. Because if it can take off battery acid, imagine what it could do to your inside stomach. That's scary. But a good ice cold Coca-Cola do be good. But I'll chance it. But if it can chew up battery acid, that's some deep ass shit. What do you drink? Like, what is your cool drink of choice, Levon?
Chemicals or sugars or anything like that. It just adds the gas. So I
Yeah,
thought
no, but what's your cool drink of choice?
just that, a soda water from my soda stream, simple, just a little gas with the water, cold, nice, and I could drink either that or orange juice. I could drink orange juice all day, nice cold orange juice, or I could put them together. I love me some.
I have acid reflux. So if I do drink orange juice, I need to take my medicine prior to drinking orange juice. I love a good orange juice, but I like orange juice with pulp. And my kids don't like the pulp.
Okay.
Debbie said I make lemonade with bay leaves and it's good. And she lets it sit overnight.
Ooh.
Oh, that does kind of sound interesting.
I've had that.
Right. I mean, I think I like tea too. I love tea.
Mm-hmm.
I love tea. I like a nice strong tea, but I need it cold with a squirt of lemon, like a lemon wedge in it.
What kind of
I
tea?
love a good sweet tea, you know. But I discovered something, and this was years ago when McDonald's first started making sweet tea. One night I went to McDonald's to get some. It was late night, and I was like, "Yeah, let me get a sweet tea." But then I seen they had vanilla, that those like the clear vanilla syrup, and I said, "Put me 2 pumps of that vanilla syrup in that sweet tea." Man, you better stop playing with me. That shit was so good. Like it was crazy good. And then I started my daughter drinking it now. And then what we ended up doing was I would just I would make tea at home. And I went to World Market. You've ever heard of World Market?
No.
I'm gonna send you a link. You're gonna hate me. I'll be ready for the hate. And your credit card is gonna be mad at me. Okay. Um, they had every type of syrup. Like they had hazelnut, which I can't stand hazelnut anything. I hate Nutella. Um, but they have a vanilla syrup that I like to put in tea, and it's just especially cold tea. I love tea. Blue Lotus tea. What is that?
Hmm.
I'm gonna DM you the herbalist list. Yes, please, Bamboo. Please. Roxy's Lady Lounge, please send it to me. Oh, that just sounds good. Blue Lotus tea?
I don't think I've ever had that at all.
I've never had that.
Heard
Now,
that.
I have had chrysanthemum tea.
I haven't even heard that.
Chrysanthemum tea, and you're out there in that California area. Go to one of those Chinese markets and ask them for chrysanthemum tea. You'll thank me later. It's very good. You don't have to add any sugar to it. And there was this one tea that I used to buy in Chinatown. It looked like a flower. And once you poured the hot water on it, the flower would open up. And then all the tea in the flower would come out. And it was almost too beautiful to drink, but it was really good. I like my tea not with a lot of sugar. My hot tea, not with a lot of sugar. But my cold tea, I need that shit to rot my teeth. I need it. That's my shit, you know. But I know you have to be at work in the morning, Levon.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm like, don't remind me.
Well, go on and go to sleep. If I hear anything about this young lady, I will be going live tomorrow to discuss it. Thank you for being up here with me, Levon. You are the best. I appreciate you. And
Having me.
I will keep you posted on that. So you go get some rest. And anything that anyone shares with me as far as teas, recipes, if it's okay with you, when you send it to me, please let me know that I could screenshot it and share it to my community page on my YouTube channel. And please let me know if it's okay if I can share it to my Roxy's Lady Lounge Instagram page, because sharing is caring. And, you know, you learn something new from the people who come here in the Lady Lounge. And I don't want to be the only person that knows it. I want to be able to share it with everyone. So let me know if it's okay to share, correspondence about recipes and anything else that you know about. Let's help one another. Levon, I love you. Thank you, sweetie.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, my dear.
Bye.
Bye, hon. So, Bamboo, you said it's better than wine. I don't like wine anyway, but send it to me and I'll find it probably at Whole Foods or somewhere. I'll track it down. I'll use it. I'll let you know if I like it or not. And thank you so much.
Lemongrass tea is, girl, you better stop playing me. I love me some lemongrass now. Don't play with me. Don't, Miss Debbie, don't do that. Okay, don't be a Debbie Downer. I love me some lemongrass, anything. I remember the first time I experienced anything with lemongrass. Thank you, sweetie. Lemongrass is awesome. And the really great thing about lemongrass, it's the refreshing smell of it. I'm trying to remember the first time I ever experienced anything with lemongrass. If I remember, I'll go live tomorrow and talk about it. Good night, Miss Deb. Good night, and thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bamboo, for DM it to me and let me know. I love lemongrass, but I never had the tea. I'm trying to remember what I had lemongrass in. Don't remember. If I remember, I will let you guys know. But what I am going to do is bid you guys good night. And I would like to thank everyone who showed up to the crib at the Lady Lounge. Miss Debbie Green, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bamboo. Thank you, little brother Levon, for being up here and co-hosting with me. I appreciate you. Thank you to my little sister, Princess, little big sister, Princess. Thank you so much. As usual, you is always there. Hey, Kat. Mm-hmm. I would like to thank PMS for being here. Thank you so much, sis. You always come through. I appreciate you. Thank you, my Kiki. Thank you, Kiki. Per usual, you rock. Mm-hmm. Miss Gloria Nelson, thank you once again for showing up. Your presence is appreciated. Thank you. Tawanta Inspired, thank you so much. And you rock because you be knowing about some of these herbal things and plant things, and I think that's really good. So if there's ever anything that you might want to share, please let me know. And if it's something that, if with your permission, of course, let me know if I can share it to my page. I'm not a scavenger. I'm not going to do things like that. But thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Mm-hmm. My country girl, Queena. My country girl, thank you so much for being here. I think Queena, she said earlier she about to get off work. So let's just make sure and hope that Miss Queena gets home okay. God bless you, Queena, for being here. My card, my Miss Card, thank you so much, honey, for being here. You are a true class act, and I really appreciate you. My love bug, my Miss Bug, thank you so much for being here. And whom else? I think I might have covered everything. I just don't want to miss nobody because I appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Okay. Gossiping Heifers. Thank you so much. And Gossiping Heifers too. Rocky, thank you so much. Those are my Instagram ladies who have came over here to YouTube to support me. I love you ladies. I really do, and I appreciate you guys. And that is it. So I'm getting ready to go peruse the streets of YouTube and try to get some intel as far as this young lady, and if anyone's heard anything new, and I will come back tomorrow, God willing. God bless you guys. Appreciate you all. Please hit the like button. And I'll talk. Hi, Regina. Now I'm getting ready to go. And thank you, Regina, for showing up at the end of the show. Thank you guys so much. Anyone who catches us on the replay, gang, please hit the like button. God bless you all. But I'm going to find out what's going on with this young lady, and we will give some more insight tomorrow. Avita Zane.